welcome back everyone, welcome back to another week, another edition of the Ursasaurus Cup number 3. I'm of course Ursa VIP, and with me I'm joined by these amazing players, the people in the chat, and my lovely plushies as well. Welcome. I do apologize for the delayed start. Oh god. I do apologize for the late start. There were some walkovers, so the first round took a little bit to really get going. So again, I do apologize. Walkovers have been processed, and now we're jumping into round number 2. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Oceanborn, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Hyper 1. It is Hon Mono. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the American Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Clan RITSC. It is Mudkip Master. Second week in a row that we're going to be casting Mudkip Master, so I do appreciate the continuity here, seeing their rate of improvements. Likewise, Honmono is going to be one of the favorite players to make it a little bit further in the event. We'll see if he can be slowed down. We'll see what the Pokemon Master has to offer. Let's go. Meanwhile, if you're in the chat, predictions... Oh, right. Predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. We'll try to stay on top of those predictions for as best as I can. And again, the bracket is live, the bracket is stacked, the bracket is massive. We'll be going over the bracket after this series. There's a lot to go over, a lot of players to embrace, and a lot of potential matchups to really look forward to as well. So again, we'll be going over the challenge bracket after we wrap up with this best of 3. We'll get there. We will get there. Until then, we are going to be settling in. It is going to be a standard opener here. Economic opener out of Hormono, going for a single gas geyser. Meanwhile, Mudkip Master across the map, going for a gate, Cybercore into expand. Everything so far is looking as it should. Everything so far looking normal. Probe across the map, being as annoying as possible, is going to attempt to delay the CC, but the Marine has arrived at the probe. It should be shut down. The probe does fall, but at least Mudkip Master is aware of the opener. At least he's aware of the CC. And will be feeling quite safe and sound back at home. Now, when it comes to Honmono, if you maybe haven't tuned into his matches as of late, period, Honmono is hyper aggressive in this matchup. He's very, very all in TVP. You can see him scouting, checking for proxies, making sure everything is as it should be. As a reminder, Honmono did skip his SCV scout. He's skipping his Reaper scout as well, going Marine first. So because of that, he has limited information to work with. He's just making sure he's safe and secure. This should be leading into Cyclone production. The thing is, Honmono, he doesn't know if it's going to be a Twilight Counter or a Stargate, so Cyclones are just a well-rounded unit to defend early on, especially if you're in the dark. We'll see if that's where he goes, because that is going to be a second Rax, and I would not be surprised if he goes for a third Rax as well. Oh boy. Meanwhile, it is in fact going to be a Stargate opener. I am now... Oh my god, that's a Ghost Academy! Okay. That I was not expecting. I was expecting a 3-1 2-base all-in, but no, it's going to be a 2-1-1 Ghost Rush. Okay. Honmono, he's cooking, man. He's cooking. Let's go. So ghosts are on the horizon. Meanwhile, across the map with the Stargate opener, this should be either Oracle or Phoenix, and there we go. It is going to be Phoenix first here by Mudkip Master. This is a good way to gain map control to shut down drop play, but this is not going to be drop play, is the problem. Honmono is rushing into Ghosts instead, and this is going to be a wild build and a wild rush. Behind this, you can see Honmono preparing, getting ready for the worst. We do have the Widowmine on top of the ramp in case an Adept Stalker or even Phoenix does happen to run past. I'm a little bit concerned when it comes to the rally, as the Phoenix is actually poised to run into the Widowmine. Is moving out. Honmono back at home, is ready at the natural. At least the main base more exposed, but I say that there is also a Widowmine in the main as well. And the mine shot's going to go up. Oh! Mine shot does go off. Oh, Phoenix will barely survive, barely does get away. On 2 HP, one more shot and it would have gone down. Alas, Mudkip Master does manage to keep that Phoenix alive. The problem, though, is that Mudkip Master has no scouting. He's denied entry into the natural, denied entry into the main, and he does not know the Ghosts are amassing. Ghosts alongside Stim. Oh my god. Okay, the Ghosts are building up. It looks like the Ghosts might be revealed a little bit prematurely, as Phoenixes, they do hit the natural, and they will catch an SCV. So they don't quite go too much further in. I'm not too sure if they did end up scouting that Ghost. And again, the power of the Ghost is going to be the power of the EMP. I say that, actually, Cloak is being researched here. And Homeowner might go for some Ghost Harass. Oh, he's... Never mind. So, I thought this was going to be one of two things. I thought that we were going to be rushing into a Ghost route just for the EMP so the main army can snowball out of control. Or potentially going into something like some Cloak Ghost Harass, which can actually kill workers quite quickly. Instead, Homeowner, he's an animal, and he is rushing into nukes. So there's going to be a nuke rush here from Homeowner. He is moving out across the map. He's going to be scattered, but last, can he be stopped? Phoenixes are coming in from behind. Going to be able to pick up a couple of Marines, but the rest of them do hit the third. Wouldn't mind is set up. I do feel like Mudkip Master can clean this up, though. The Mind Shot, though, does connect. Takes down an Adept. Nuke into the main. Marines are going to be cleaned up, but really this is a distraction, and thankfully Mudkip Master does notice in time and does pull away. The Ghost, even hits itself. The self-nuke on the Ghost. But again, Ghost, they two-shot probes, so this is what I assumed would happen. This is doing more damage than the nuke, to be honest. Just two-shotting workers, 6 probes going down. Observer has arrived, 7 probe kills. Not bad. But again, the reality is that Cloak Ghost, they can do a lot more. they can do a lot more. 7 workers go down. Homeowner going into his 3rd CC. Getting another nuke. Going double Ghost Academy, making 2 nukes at a time. And he's going for another Ghost drop. So it's going to be a Mudkip Master try to keep up with this. Unfortunately, I believe... do we have the Observer back at home? We do. Thankfully, Observer is back at home. And can he respond to nuke in time? Nuke is going to be thrown down at the 3rd base. Mudkip Master is checking. Mudkip Master, he will find it, and he will shut down the Ghost. Just in time. Another Ghost gets caught out. Mudkip, let's go! The Mudkip. He's hydro pumping his, I don't know, hydro pump is something that might, he's doing it. Just in time to the Ghost. Homeowner is stuck back at home, but is getting to his own 3rd. I will say that, especially because of the delayed 3rd base, because of the build in general of Homeowner, Mudkip Master is in a better economic position. If we saturate 3 bases, can get a 4th. Geeks, they get eyes in the expansion. And for the time being, it looks like Homeowner, he's calming things down and he's not going for any more Ghost Harass. I mean, it's been quite expensive here. It's been, what, 3 Ghosts going down? It's not cheap. So Homeowner is backing up. Saturating his 3rd. When it comes to the compositional choice here, Mudkip Master is going from Phoenixes into Colossi, into Charge. More standard compositioning, so the Malance is done. Up. Catching a Phoenix. Oh, and unfortunately, Mudkip Master leaving his Phoenixes idle here. Yeah, will bleed out 2 Phoenixes. That is unfortunate. Homeowner confirms there is a 4th. Still building up. Chat, this is like a diamond bolt. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Homeowner, he was hoping to, he's hoping to clown on his opponent. There is a bit of a skill gap between our players. Homeowner, of course, he's like a top GM, and Mudkip Master is Masters. So this is sometimes something that some pro players do, where if they know that they can get away with something wild, then they go for it. So we can see just mass nuke being researched by Homeowner. I will say, thankfully, Mudkip Master hasn't fallen prey to it. So Homeowner's been punished for his greed a little bit here, or for his overconfidence, but, still has a solid army. As Mudkip Master is moving out. He's got 2 Colossi. Can potentially break through this. Oh! As the army is spotted. The zoning nuke will force back the army. Mudkip has to respect it. Homeowner cancels at the last second. More nukes on the way. And the pressure is going to be on the Protoss where to deny that fourth. There's just still so much fire here, though. Yeah, 2 Colossus is not going to be enough. Not against this. Force fields are decent, but the EMP does land there on the sentries. And then the army's forced to recall. Mudkip Masters, get the hell out of there. And without something like Storm or Disruptors, this Bio Army of Homeowner can snowball out of control. At the same time, Mudkip going for a drop. Alas, Homeowner does spot it. We'll shut it down. More defenders, both players are building up. Disruptor production has begun for the Protoss. Catching a couple of SCVs. Yeah, workers are going down, but Homeowner, I don't think he cares. Doesn't care, not anymore, just rallying everything through the center of the map. And these Novas are going to need to connect. Homeowner pushing forward is going to be queuing up the nukes. We have a nuke for the natural, nuke for the third base. So Homeowner, he can just stim in. Yeah, he can just stim and win. Takes down the Disruptor, takes down the Colossi. And there's just not enough support for the splash damage for the Robo units. We have a nuke in the main. And the nukes are popping off. 13 workers going down. Mudkip Master did deny the first 2 nukes, but not the third. And Homeowner can just rotate over towards the 4th base. I mean, there are now 2 Colossus. The army is oversimmed. Mudkip can hold his own. Does force back the main army. Phoenix is still across the map. They can go for some more SCVs. There we go. Catching more workers. I mean, again, because Homeowner's been playing like this and because it's been a little bit wasteful, I mean, the game is still relatively close. I say that, but Mudkip Master did preserve his Colossus, his Disruptors, at least a few of them. And the only thing holding him back is his production. He's trying to reinforce, has a bank. Homeowner, meanwhile, has not really teched up into something like Liberators, just by a Viking. Oh, and we are heavily investing into more Colossi here. Getting to a 3rd and 4th Colossus. I mean, there's only 4 Vikings. Good nuke at the forward base. Oh, Mudkip Master, does he notice? He does! Does pull away. Main army's gonna be clashing. We're waiting for those Novas. Nova goes off. Ooh, no major connection. Nice splits here from Homeowner. Does rotate around. Phoenixes get caught out. And it looks like the expansion is gonna fall. Yeah, I mean, this forward base is honestly quite difficult to hold on to. Like, being right next to the high ground is brutal. Mudkip Master's gonna have to commit with this army. Again, the lack of Vikings means that this Colossus-based composition has potential. True. Disruptors on the way. Homeowner taking his own expansion. Homeowner scans the main army, and Mudkip Master has to make a choice. Okay, he's turning back home. I was gonna say we can go for a base trade, or he does turn around. And the ghost is spotted. Nuke is denied, and again the Colossus are having a way with these Marines. Yeah, Yeah, the Bio Army does crumble. And Mudkip Master, he will take the fight. Takes down all the Vikings. Takes down the Bio Army. And Homeowner, he was just a little bit too overconfident here. Loses every single unit. Medevacs go down. Marines, Marauders. Let's go. Mudkip Master, don't stop. Keep going. Keep going, Bobby. Mudkip Master going for the production. Again, Mudkip Master, I think he's what? He's at like a 2k MMR deficit. Let's go. Oh, does rally the disruptor in. Never goes up. Colossus are starting to be focused down. Oh, he's going to be fighting the Planetary and the Bio Army at the same time. Yeah, Mudkip Master, he does take a bad fight. Does overextend. Yeah, bleeding out a lot of high-tech units there. Does get another base up and running, but the problem here is that losing your robo units, it takes so long to rebuild. The Colossus, the Disruptors. Mudkip Master taking another expansion. Homeowner likewise has his own economy. Planetaries are still up and running. And Mudkip Master has to do something about this economy. We need to deny expansion. Someone is going for double nukes. Nuke on left, nuke on the right. We'll take down at least some side defense. Oh, and we are going for the Fleet Beacon. Okay. Gonna be threading Sky Toss. Okay, Master's thinking about it. Zelarambai won't do much here. There's a Planetary. Planetary will hold its own. Homeowner is going to be able to remax. Likewise, so is Mudkip. I do still favor Homeowner. Like, I feel like Mudkip, he misses moments. There was a window where he was up 30, 40 army supply. That was his moment, but pushing into a Planetary was just the hardest position to try to break. It was a tough position. And with that Homeowner, he survived, he remaxed, rebuilt, moving out once again, this time with a comparable army composition. Split up his army. I do think that going for split pushes is going to be ideal here, and I'm not as certain if Mudkip can kind of keep up with that. Homeowner is going to be able to deny the expansion. Zoning nukes are thrown down, and Mudkip, no, he's going to walk into them. Okay, he notices. Does notice in time, does pull away. The expansion is going to go down. At the same time, Homeowner pushing it on the right hand side, going for the expansion. And then Marauders here, they make short work of the base. The Nexus will fall. Barely up, barely does. Barely does go down. And Mudkip Master's all in. Massive EMPs on the Colossus. Nervous going up, they will connect. Oof. Nuke does detonate here on the mineral line, but once again, Mudkip Master will take the fight. We gotta go. We need to send it. Keep going. Oh, no detection though. Oh, there we go. One of the ghosts does run into cloak. And again, trying to knock down these Planetaries, it's not the best move. It's going to rotate around. Alas, longer this goes on, Homeowner is rebuilding. Homeowner has a bank to work with. Observers on the way. Again, Mudkip, he lost the mineral line, lost an expansion. He needs more time, but it's better for Homeowner in the long run. This Homeowner, he is stabilizing. I mean, it's been impressive that Mudkip Master's been able to take these fights. Has been. But he's just been able to win fights. He hasn't been able to really hinder the economy in any way. Another planetary getting up and running. Also, shout out to Late Chronodots. Thank you so much for subscribing. Thank you so much for the support. Oh, as we do collapse in on the Colossus, one Colossus goes down. Disruptor as well. Novas, they will connect. We get one connection. Celts, they do bust in. Colossus going down to the Vikings. It is a close fight, but Mudkip Mastery loses every single robo unit. And without them, he cannot contest against the Bio Army. Goes up. Does connect. Okay. Does connect. Mudkip forcing back the army. Only the Medivacs survive. But I do worry about, I mean, the supply here. This Mudkip Master does plummet. And he's running out of steam. Running out of resources. We have half a base here towards the north. Half a base here towards the center. Attempting to expand. And Homeowner, he can just keep going. Can keep rallying. Still invested into the nukes. Once again, Nuke's going to be zoning back the main army. And hopefully Mudkip Master does notice. Yeah, he does. Expansion's going to go down. Mineral line as well. Mudkip, he can't engage into this. Not this time. No disruptors. Only one Colossus. And Homeowner is going to be able to split. Going to be able to shut this down. Gets a Colossus. Goes for the Stalkers. And finally, Homeowner takes a more decisive fight. Trying to be cheeky with the DTs, but alas, there are scans, there's a section. Nukes go off. Once again, Homeowner's overextending here, but he has so much more back at home. He can rally. Speaking of, the rally has arrived. GG gets called, and Homeowner will take game number 1. GG. Homeowner will take the first game. Again, trying to be a little bit cheeky when it came to his build, rushing into Ghost, rushing into Nukes. I do appreciate Mudkip Master though, because again, despite being a lower ranked player, he was able to hold his own. He was able to keep up with at least all the nuke play. And honestly, there were some moments where Mudkip Master could have even taken the game. You know, he had advantages. I think there were 2 big moments where he was able to come out on top in the engagements and the fights. Unfortunately, despite winning fights, Mudkip Master was never able to touch the economy of Homeowner, so he couldn't really slow him down. Anytime they tried to counterattack, he would always hit one of the 4th bases where there were planetaries and reinforcements, and Homeowner was able to take better fights. Better fights, better engagements in the end. GG. GG, well played. Homeowner does take a lead, but I want to believe. Do want to believe here as we're getting into game 2. And the game 2 is going to be on Golden Aura. Well, thank you so much, Late Chronodoc. Thank you, thank you. Do appreciate it, do appreciate it. And now we're getting into that second game. After this series, we'll go over the bracket. We'll go over it. We'll get there. Tell us why he is called Hung Mono. Not for this game. Not for this series. We'll see if we can get there. Sporting in the top left-hand corner of Golden Aura, we have the South Korean Terran player living in the land of Japan, representing Team Hyper 1. It is Homeowner. And sporting in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the American Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, bit of a Gen 3 fan of Pokemon. It is Mudkip Master. Let's go. as we are going to be moving out. Not gonna lie, every now and then I get the urge to play like a nice old school RPG. One of these days. Apparently. I mean, what came out recently? Final Fantasy 16 came out recently on PC. True. Not quite the same. It's not turn-based. We'll get there. But yeah, something that we were alluding to earlier is Homeowner, he is an animal, he's a beast. We've seen him take down players like Max, but Homeowner, his strengths typically lie in aggression. Specifically in this matchup in TVP, he's known for going for 2-base all-ins, he's known for pulling the boys, like he can pop off even against the best Protoss players in the world. Last game we didn't quite see that. Again, last game we saw Homeowner being quite overconfident, is what I will say. Decided to rush into ghosts and nukes. It's not necessarily a viable strategy, and it's not something that we ever see from Homeowner typically, but he's up against a more amateur player, so he felt the need to, you know, spice things up a little bit. I'm curious if he's been humbled though, because again, game 1 was closer than it should have been. I mentioned before, there's quite a large skill gap between the players, and Mudkip Master was holding his own, again, because of some of the inefficiencies of Homeowner in the build. Constantly going for or spending resources on ghosts and on nukes, especially early on, didn't really pay off in the end. There was like maybe one nuke that really did connect and get a mineral line. That was like one of like 12. Like it just, yeah, it wasn't necessarily worth it in the end. So I imagine Homeowner is going to be taking a different approach this time. I would imagine. As he is going for a 1-1-1. Interesting. This is a more standard build, but that's also why I'm curious. He's going for the 1-1-1. With this, he can head in towards something like Banshee production, into a Raven-based opener, into just early game drop play. There has been a build that a lot of the Koreans have been fond of where they rush into an early Liberator. They go just Marine, Cyclone, maybe Medevac into Lib, just rally across the map early on. And that looks like this might be the case here. And Medevac's on the horizon, and we'll see if it's going to be the Lib follow-up as well. Just very aggressive early on. And if the Protoss player is opening up Stargate like this, they can be caught out. Speaking of the Protoss, it is Stargate into Oracle. The Oracle's going to be able to harass across the map, but this means that we have barely anything to defend back at home. Here comes the army. Doesn't look like much, but it's more than what Mudkip has. Mudkip, he's got 1 Adept, 1 Phoenix, 1 Shield Battery. Phoenix gets caught out. The lock-on barely doesn't bring it down. Overcharge is popped. Mudkip Master's going to be able to hold on across the map. 7, 8 SCVs going down. Not bad. Workers are falling. And yeah, there's that Liberator that we spoke about. Homeowner, he's just rallying across the map, and he's looking to try to kill the Protoss here and now. And that's 14 SCV kills. Oh my god. Mudkip Master. The Oracle did well, but the overcharge ran out. There's no more shield battery energy left. And it looks like Homeowner is still breaking through. Takes down the shield battery. Down to 2 workers, sorry, 2 stalkers. Boys are being pulled. Void Rays on the way. And Homeowner needs to get more damage done. Does threaten the main, but where's that Liberator? Wait, where's the Liberator? Oh yeah, there we go. I'm like, I feel like it's taking a while. I'll pick up at a Homeowner. Does pull away. Void Ray has arrived. With the help of the Void Ray, Mudkip Master, he can take the fight. He can and he will. Takes down the Libs, takes down the Cyclones. And after defending here, what's important is that Mudkip Master saved his workers. He saved his workers. Mudkip Master has the economic advantage. If he had something like Blink, if this was not a Stargate opener and a Blink-based opener instead, then he could counterattack. But he's stuck at home. And once again, even though Mudkip Master has an advantage, I would say he can't really press that advantage. He can't really move out, and Homeowner can stabilize. May have lost a lot of workers, but he has the power of mules. So he's going to be able to mule his main, making 2 SCVs at a time, and Homeowner can recover. So I would say a better start for Mudkip Master, but he's still going to be stuck at home. Twilight Council's just now on the way. Forge, Robo. The Protoss doesn't really have much pushing power here. And we'll have to build back up. Taking a third. Homeowner going for a drop. Mudkip Master out of position. He's at the third, which means probes are going down. Drops into the main base. Gets 3, gets 4, gets 5 workers. And 6 probes go down. Homeowner backs up. So far, so good. Likewise, Mudkip Master is also moving up with his own Oracle, but this time there is a turret. There's a turret in the main. There is a turret soon to be finishing up in the natural as well. Going for this. Oh! Oh my god. It's close. Stasis doesn't quite go off. And here comes the second wave. Here comes the second push. What do we have to defend? We have vanilla gateway units. Again, if we had charge, if we had blink, if we had something else here to support this army, then sure, but it's slow lots, it's vanilla stalkers. Oracle goes down, and this second wave from Homeowner is looking devastating. He scans though, and he wants nothing of it. It looks like Homeowner doesn't realize that, I mean, there's no charge. Doesn't realize that this army doesn't really have much going for it, and Homeowner, he backs off. Does retreat in the end. I do feel like this army could have threatened the third, even killed the third base. But Homeowner pulls away, which means charge will not finish. Charge will finish, +1 armor as well. Base on the way for Colossus. And we can enter the mid game. Homeowner going for a triple drop. There is a Void Ray to help buy some time. But no shield, but no support in the main. Another Stalker sounds like an 80s band. Oh no. I'm sure it is. Could be. As Marines, they stim in, they take down the Zealots. As they'll say trickle into the main base. And there's no shield battery, there's no overcharge. Yeah, Homeowner is snowballing out of control. Takes down 7 workers. Mudkip Master will zone back the army. Force a lift. The damage was done. Homeowner behind this, getting a 4 CC. And now he's moving out. Here we go. Will deny blink. Colossus coming in. I mean, the Colossus is going to be able to have his way with these Marines. We have reinforcements on the way coming in for the surround. The Colossus is going to be targeted down. And without the Colossus, Mudkip Master just can't really hold his own. Not like this. Tank sieging up. Going for the Cyber Core within range of the production, within range of the tech even as well. And blink, it just might not finish. At least the Protoss got charged, but no quite blink. Twilight Council gets shut down. Homeowner does deny. And from here, just has to play it safe. And the Stargate and the gateways. Mudkip Master going for a counterattack, but alas, the Prism gets caught out. And Mudkip just can't really engage this. Can't quite engage. Else they tried it. They try to dive in. Tanks they punish. Massive tank volleys going off. With the help of the Zealots, it looks like Monkey Master might be able to clean up at least the tanks and force a pickup. There we go. All 3 tanks go down. Monkey Master is going to be able to hold. But behind this homeowner, he's got a 4th base on location. Double expanding, getting a 5th and a 6th. Getting into 2-2. And it's going to be able to reinforce. Now, he's reinforcing with purely Marine. He's making 7 Marines at a time. So, as the Colossus count gets higher, Monkey Master can actually defend against this, but there's no support. Only a handful of Zealots. And there's no buffer for the Colossus, which means even Mass Marine can get on top of it. Instead, going for the expansion. Next is going to go down. And this time it has been a more secure game for Honmono. As we mentioned before, game 1 was as close as it was because Honmono was clowning. Here, this was a more proper build out of our Terran player. And more kind of like proper setup. So taking game 2 a lot more seriously. The initial defense from Mudkip Master was still quite impressive though. I will reiterate, after the early game, Mudkip Master I would say was in a better position. Unfortunately though, like his tech didn't really allow him to do much with that. They were still stuck at home. So despite the fact that Homeowner lost, what was it, like 14 plus SCVs at the start of the game, it didn't really matter as much. It's getting more orbitals, more bases. Homeowner dropping across the map. And we'll just carpet bomb the main. Again, Mass Marine is not the kind of ideal army he wants to be going for, but still depowers the gateways. Oh, the 3 Colossus, they just melt the army though. So despite the lead that Homeowner has, he's not making it easy on himself. it's making himself work for it, but there we go. Marauder production has begun. Now making 7 Marauders at a time. These Marines should be cleaned up. But with the wave of Marauders, that should be the killing blow. It should be. Someone sims into the main. Gets a couple of workers. Unfortunately, we're just lacking anti-air here. I mean, Blink was denied earlier, so there's no way to chase down these medevacs. And now here comes almost a purely Marauder army. Again, Homeowner, he's only making Marauders in the production tab. Maxed out and you can move out. And in the end, the Colossus, they tickle the Marauders. GG gets called, and Honmono, he just has too much to handle. He will take the series 2-0, advancing on to the next round. GG. GG. Again, Homeowner did come in as the favored player, but a shout out to Mudkip Master to be able to hold his own against Homeowner, which is not easy to do. You know, even some of the best Protoss players in the world can have a hard time against Homeowner. And in this series, I will say, despite the typical skill gap, Mudkip Master was able to hold his own, especially in game 1, and even at the start of game number 2 as well. GG. GG, well played. Much love to... Much love to Mudkip Master for competing, for rocking up as well. And with that, Homeowner will advance on into the next round. But I will have to try to update some of these scores. There we go. Okay, we have results coming in. Beautiful. Exclamation mark be in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the back yourselves. Let's catch up on what's been going on. There's been a lot of updates, there's been a lot of matches, and there's of course a reason why we jumped on this initial series. From the top, we have Max Packs. I believe this is the first Ursasaurus Cup from Max Packs, so it is his debut. We'll see how far he can go. So far, he's been able to make it to the third round. He's waiting for the winner of Tavo, Yo-Yo, and Rebellion. 3 of them are GMs, so best of luck to all 3 of them as they face off against each other. Scrolling down, we have Mixu. Mixu is waiting for the winner of Patty Mac and Luis? I'm blind. Luis, there we go. Currently in the second round, winner faces off against Mixu. Scrolling down, we have Zaun versus Eon. Now, Zaun, he did recently return from the military. We already casted Zaun earlier this week. Zaun, he debuted, or I should say he had his comeback in the Sparkling Tuna Cup. I do recommend the VODs. It was a lot of fun casting Zaun, and hopefully we can cast more of Zaun later on tonight. It's up against T-Bull in a PvP. If you recall, during the STC over the weekend, Zaun went down to Young Yakov, went all the way to the ace match, and Young Yakov did bring down Zaun 2-1, but Young Yakov, he's not here this time, and Zaun was definitely looking stronger in the mirror matchup, so best of luck. Scrolling down, we have Geralt up against Gale Force, when he goes up against Luna C in the next round as well. And scrolling down very quickly, we have Bjorn, we have Pig, we have Inexorable, Epic, Maples, Shin. There's a lot going on. We have our next series. We're going to be casting Honmono versus Estrella. That is the big reason why we did kind of focus on this portion of the bracket. Estrella is coming up next against Honmono. Let's go. So again, Honmono is warmed up, and this time I'm sure Honmono is not going to be tempted to rush into something crazy like Nukes and Ghosts. So we're getting into the round of 32. Let us go. And if you are in the chat, you know what time it is. Predictions! Predictions are now open. Place your bets. Oh, hold on. Place your bets on who you think will take the series. Best of luck in the chat. As spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran representing Team Hyper 1. It is Honmono. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent, we have the American Protoss player, the Blue Protoss representing Virtus Pro. It is Estrella. Vikings might be a good idea. No. Honmono, he was intentionally making it hard for himself, so I wouldn't read too much into that last game. Was intentional. But again, he's going to have to take things a lot more seriously here up against Estrella. Estrella, of course, the #1 player from the Americas. We're going to make a deep run in the tournament. And I'm curious how they compare to each other. Now, we were able to just now see 2 games from Honmono, but those 2 games that we watched are very unlike Honmono. A big part of that was just because Honmono, I think he was just warming up and having fun against his previous opponent. Here against Estrella, I expect 2 base all-ins. I expect aggression. I expect hyper-aggression out of Honmono. We'll see. Likewise, Estrella is not the most orthodox of players either. So we'll try to keep an eye on our players and figure out where they're headed. Here we go. As for the time being, Honmono is going to be walling up. He's going to be walling off here in his main. Now, with this depot block, this will keep Estrella in the dark. This does mean that if Honmono were to go for a 1 base all-in, it is that much more difficult for Estrella to scout, specifically the CC. We can see that the CC is thrown down on the low ground, but Estrella's in the dark. He lost his scouting probe. And Honmono does have a reputation, as it was a Rax expand. So economic opener out of Honmono. Estrella is unaware. Back at home, opening up. Gate Cyber into Nexus. And is going for the initial Adept. second step behind this. Twilight Council opener, thankfully. And the depths are moving out to harass. To harass and to scout, more importantly. And getting eyes on the expansion timing is going to be a big tell for Australia. And that's the least that he's hoping for. Does confirm the CC. Trading against the Marines. Ooh, almost gets one. Marines are getting low. Homeowner behind this getting to his own 1-1-1. Interesting. And Homeowner, he will catch the initial Adept. Marines are still getting low. Up! So far, trading 2 for 1. The Adept is low. Homeowner, he wants it! He wants the Adept! Attempts to chase it down. Back at home, Blink is on the way. And the question becomes, how many gateways? Now, I would not be opposed to a 3-gate Blink opener from Australia. I would love a 4-gate Blink opener. We'll see how many. 3 gates is usually a safe way to play. 4 gates is a more aggressive, more assertive kind of opener. And counting the gateways, we have 2 gateways at the natural and 1 gateway in the main. So 3-gate Blink from Australia. Very safe build, very safe play. And again, against Homeowner, I do think this makes a lot of sense. Homeowner throwing down 2 more Raxes, getting up to a 3-1-1. Moving out with a Cyclone drop. Jumping towards the main. Meanwhile, Australia, yeah, just 3-gate Blink into a 3rd, so just very safe opener here. This tells me that Australia has additional Stalkers to work with because of the extra gateway. The drop will slip in. Australia has the tools to defend, but Australia's out of position. He's ready here outside of his natural. He's not ready in the main. Australia is moving out. Back across the map, Homeowner getting to his own tank production. And once he spots these Stalkers, Homeowner, he can pull the trigger with the drop. Stalkers moving out. They dive into the main, going for the tank. But so far, Homeowner, he does have the tank in position. Does have support. Drop cut does come in. Australia thankfully does have a warp in. Does warp in defensively, loses 2 probes. But at least Homeowner, he forces the defensive warp in. Zealot is here to tank the tank shot. Bold move. Australia, he's going for the dive. Gets a first tank. Yeah, 1 tank goes down. So far, worth it for Australia. Whew. Takes down the Marines, gets 4 SCVs. Oh, but has to be careful to overextend. Playing with fire. Thankfully, Stim is not done. Australia will make it out. Again, that was 1 Stalker and 1 Zealot for a tank and 4 SCVs. That was worth it for Australia. Make for another big warp in. Getting his 3rd base up and running. And there is no bunker here on the low ground. Getting a Marauder up. Oh my god. Almost getting 2. In the end, Homeowner, he does punish this. Forcing back the army. Getting a Stalker. And Homeowner will soon break out. The medevac! Oh my god. Does boost away in time. Australia threatening a dive into the main. Big tank while he's going off. Stim is now done, +1, almost finishing up on Homeowner as well. He will soon be able to break free. I mean, I say that Australia is still threatening a counterattack, threatening a drop. Homeowner trying to catch at the army, gets a couple of Stalkers. Now arriving with Liberators. And oh, the Prism goes down. Oh no! The Prism! Ah, it's so close. One more shot. Doesn't quite get it. But will intercept the Stalkers, though. Stalkers take a lot of hits, and here comes the all-in. Homeowner, he's pulling the boys. It's going to be a two-base all-in from the Terran player. Again, this is the Homeowner that we know and love. He pulls the boys. It's all or nothing. And back at home, what is it to defend? There is a shield battery at the third. There's going to be an overcharge as well. 2 more shield batteries on the way. The longer this goes on, the better it is for Estrella. Estrella just has to buy time. And he has force fields. The force field doesn't have to buy time. Colossus has arrived. Homeowner just trying to rally everything together. Bringing forward the Liberators, bringing forward the tanks. But again, he's taking quite some time. He's being meticulous with his siege. Takes down the pylon, denies the 4th base. Stray is catching reinforcements. Homeowner slow sieging towards the 3rd. First lip goes down. Not a bad pickup for Estrella. Gets a Liberator, expansion will fall. Shield battery is denied. Estrella cannot push into this. Comes in from behind. Gets the first tank. There's still 3 tanks left. Soon to be 2. But Estrella pushing into the Liberation Zone. It's not going to work out. The concave is too good. And Homeowner is snowballing out of control. He's so close to breaking this. The Colossus is so low. He's so close. The Colossus, they're so low. The Warpin barely does finish. Homeowner does cost him 15 SCVs, but he has to keep going. He has to keep pushing. Oh, Liberator goes down. 2 more have arrived. And with the help of these libs, yeah, Stray is being pinned further and further back. A massive tank volley is going off, and Estrella looks like he has broken through. Takes out another Colossus. GG gets called, and Homeowner takes game number 1. Whew. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. Again, as I mentioned before, we've seen Homeowner take down players like Max Pax, and if you can take down Max Pax, who can you not take down? As he does take the lead against Estrella. But that was merely only game 1. We'll see if he can bring it home here in game 2. Oh my god. Whew. GG. Getting our lobby ready. Why does Random Hyper 1 hate Homeowner when he pays for it? It's a love-hate relationship. It's fine. It's fine. It is true. Hyper 1, he hates it. Cap. Catch him. Is Crank streaming this? Wonder if there's a Korean language stream capturing this. I don't believe there is. I don't believe so. From my understanding, there's no. I mean, I don't think there was ever, or there was a very rarely Korean coverage of ESL Americas. Yeah. When it comes to foreign language casters of ESL Americas, there'd be Mapu, there'd be Enki, Mapu, Enki, Roklets. So Enki casting in Spanish, Roklets casting in Portuguese or in Brazilian. But yeah, we never really had any Korean casters. It's just not something that they were typically interested in. So if they weren't ever covering ESL Americas, I don't see them covering this event too much. Still decent time in Korea. Yeah, but that didn't make them cast ESL Americas. Time to start the Korean cast stream. True. You can do it, Hyper One. You can be like Saranghae Honmono. Oh god. Whereas Maddox? Maddox hasn't casted in a couple of years. Maddox, he is mainly a translator now. He hasn't casted in a very, very long time. But here we go. We're getting into our next game. We're getting into game 2, and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Alkyone, we have our South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Team Hyper 1. It is Honmono. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have his American opponent, the Blue Protoss player, representing Virtus Pro. It is Australia. Here we go. As Honmono is moving out with that initial SCV, being a little bit cheeky, is rallied for what looks to be an eBay block at the natural. So cheeky move with the initial worker. Probe Scout comes in. Is going to be a single gas opener for Honmono. But the CC should be delayed in favor of the engineering bay. There it is, the eBay is being thrown down. So the purpose of this opener for Honmono is to delay the expansion and to force just an inefficient start here for Australia. And maybe even force the unnatural natural. What I'm referring to, if the progression on this eBay is too much, and it's almost done at this point, then Australia will be forced to expand at the third base location instead. Either the linear third or the triangular third. Speaking of, yep, there we go. Is forced to expand elsewhere, and now suddenly Australia's in a precarious position because his natural and his main are a little more exposed. They're a little more isolated from each other, and it is easier to assault and pull off something aggressive early on. Now, if you recall at the start of the year during the Cyclone meta in the previous patch, this would be an insta-loss, especially because of how powerful the previous Cyclone was. Players like Clem, Cure, I mean all the Terran players, they all just rush Mass Cyclone and they just kill you. Of course, Cyclone was nerfed, builds did die out, so because of that, it is a little bit easier nowadays to kind of defend this location. Or I should say the aggression that the Terran has isn't as severe. Behind this, racks into factory, into CC on the high ground. Of course, the eBay was cancelled. Honmono got what he wanted. Yeah, Honmono 사랑해요. Oh god. Shaking my head. Aye, aye, aye. As Cyclones are going to be amassing. Australia, I do appreciate you setting up a proxy gateway, so he can warp in across the map, he can harass. Ooh, as the first adept gets called out, that's actually a big pickoff. The first adept falls, which means, what do we have to defend? We have one Stalker! Oh. We're down to, okay, 2 Stalkers. Shield batteries on the way, overcharge as well. Honmono rallying across. Now, the Cyclones, they can of course contest against the gateway units, but the goal here for Honmono should be the Hellions. These Hellions, they can annihilate a mineral line real quick if they get in. And as I mentioned before, Australia has to defend both the natural and the main base is looking exposed. The goal here is the Cyclones to distract and the Hellions to slip into the main. Now, it takes 3 Hellions to one-shot a probe, so these 2 Hellions are going to have to two-shot. They're going to have to get their second volley off, but here comes a 3rd and 4th Hellion. Now, there is a spotter pylon. Cyclones, they're a little bit premature. Yeah, Honmono, he loses the first Cyclone. Did go in too soon. And that means that Australia can focus on the Hellions. Yeah, he does recall back into the main. Cyclones, they have to turn back around, and Australia should shut this down. Nice spread. 3, 4 workers do fall. 5 worker kills. It's okay. Like 5 workers for 4 Hellions. So basically a 1-to-1 trade. Honmono was hoping for more. And again, he was premature, Pat. Happens to the best of us. Oh no. Meanwhile, a shout out to Ursa TV. Thank you so much for the gifted subs. We do appreciate the support. Thank you so much for the 5 community subs. We do appreciate it. Thank you so much. And a shout out to Ursa TV for being one of the main sponsors for the tournament. Ursa TV and Stegosaurus as well. Together, what are they? They're a hairy dinosaur. They are the Ursasaurus Cup. Meanwhile, Australia coming in to punish. Does dive into the natural. SCVs are being pulled. And so many workers are falling. Cyclone can be targeted, tank as well. And Homeowner just doesn't really have much to work with. Again, he committed so much to the Hellion Cyclone harass, and it wasn't worth it in the end. SCVs are falling, 12 SCV kills, denied any kind of mining here at the natural base. With reinforcements, Homeowner, he can hold, he can survive. But Estrella, he's done the damage. He can back off from here. He doesn't have to commit. Doesn't have to, but he will. Takes down another Marine. Volley going up. We are bleeding out a couple of Stalkers here. But it looks like with good enough micro, GG gets called and Estrella ties up the series 1-1. We are going to the ace match. Whew. GG. GG, well played. We are setting up for game 3. Again, Homeowner, he had potential with the opener, he had potential with the start, but alas, did all crumble before him there. Wasn't quite able to get the damage he was hoping for with the Hellion harass, with the Cyclone distraction. Again, had more of a 1-to-1 trade, and that did leave him vulnerable to a counterattack. So very nice punish there from Estrella. And now we're headed for the ace match. Let's go. Let us go. Here we go. Oh my god. And speaking of some amazing players, a shout out to Miguelito, papi. Oh my god, Vindicto, thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Also, Miguelito, unless I'm blind, were you in today's bracket? Were you? Wait, I don't think you were, Pat. What's going on? Este Miguelito. Ay, ay, ay. Why did I not see you in today's bracket, huh? I wanted to cast, Papi. I wanted to cast. Shaking my head, shaking my head. But here we go. We're getting into the ace match and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Golden Aura. We have... Just keep your eye on the chat. We have the South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran representing Team Hyper 1. It is Hon Mono. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the American Protoss player, the Blue Protoss representing Virtus Pro. It is Estrella. Oh my god, speaking of raids, a shout out to Express Karma in the chat as well. Thank you so much to Vindicta and Express Karma. Thank you so much. Hope you both enjoyed your streams. Hope you both enjoyed your ladder sessions, I'm assuming. Thank you so much. And a big shout out to Miguelito. I'm hoping to see some Vindicta in next week's tournament. I'm hoping. Whether it's Ursasaurus Cup, whether it's the Tenacious Turtle Tussle, whether it's both, I'm hoping as well. Este Vindicta. Until then, double gas. Double gas open out of Homono. Racks into a faster factory. Does lock the probe into the main. Homono will be able to lock it down. Again, it has been an intense back and forth. And the question becomes, what kind of all-in is Homono going for this time? And we all know it's going to be an all-in. But what kind? Here we go. The spray is thrown down. The probe! Oh my god, probe does get an SCV kill. Okay, not bad. 1-to-1 trade. Again, the probe, there was no way out of this. It was locked into the main, so it was going to die anyway. And Estrella does get an SCV. Does get an SCV for his troubles. Very nice pickup. Estrella rallying towards the left-hand side. Going for a follow-up probe scout. And that factory is on the way. Homono will be expanding. We'll be setting up. CC has been thrown down, and Estrella at least confirms that there is no crazy one-base all-in. And it gets eyes on the lack of add-ons. Back at home, it is going to be a Twilight Council. Estrella, I imagine, going into Blink, and may once again opt to go for a 3-gate Blink into a third. So we'll see how many gateways he does throw down. Back at home, it's going to be a 1-1-1 setup here by Hon Mono. This could be a very similar build to game number 1 if you recall. Setting up for another 2-base all-in. But it is still a little bit too early to tell. Reapers are moving out, Tech Lab on the factory, second rack's on the way. When Homeowner does try to dive in, alas, bleeds out a Reaper in the process, and that wasn't quite worth it in the end. Homeowner does spot the extra gateways, and can piece together it was Blink. And how many gates? There's 1 in the main, and 2 at the natural, 3-gate Blink. Again, the same opener that Astray went for in game 1. Assuming he doesn't throw down a 4th gateway. So just 3-gate Blink into a 3rd. With that, Astray should be safe early on. Again, what about the follow-up? Oh, interesting. Homeowner going for a Banshee opener. Okay, so it's going Tank Banshee. Again, this has been quite popular as of late in TVP. Has been quite trendy. Is going to be slowly building up. Now you can approach this in one of 2 ways. You can either harass with the Cloak Banshees and try and distract the Protoss while you move out with your main army, or you can kind of move everything out together and have the Banshee as more of a supportive unit. Cloak is not being researched. That I find interesting. Scan barely does not catch the Observer. Straya does pull away in time. Astray being very careful. Poking in. Back at home again, 3-gate Blink into 3rd, into a Bay. Colossus production charge on the horizon as well. Reapers are shut down. Sorry, Marines. A Homeowner is going for a follow-up scout. He's still not fully aware of what's going on. Banshees do slip away. And I imagine that we're going to be pulling the Voids with this. 1 Stalker goes down. Reapers have got eyes on the 3rd. And there we go, the Voids are being pulled! It's all or nothing for Hon Mono. As I mentioned before, I was curious if the Banshees are going to be harassing. They are not. They are going to be supporting the main army. Adding a lot of DPS. And the shield battery is not quite ready for this. Uh-oh. Astray, he has saturated his 3rd base. He has been maybe a little bit too greedy. Just going to be the 1 shield battery, but there is a force field. There are sentries. There's a sentry. Banshee taking a lot of damage. Boys are here to repair. Tanks are slowly getting ground. The overcharge is popped, and the Strands are getting ready for a surround. It does fan out those zealots. Just 3 of them, though. Zealots are trying to catch reinforcements. They are going to be spotted. Tank volleys going off. Oh my god, Tank's taking a lot of hits. But it looks like the 3rd base is going to be going down. Yeah, the backup shield battery is a little bit too late. The base is going to fall. Astray is forcing back the reinforcements, though. These 3 zealots, they've actually gained a lot of value. And Homeowner, he has to keep going. Now, what's scary is that Astray hasn't lost much of his main army. He's saved his Immortals, saved his Stalkers. And Homeowner, he's still no timer. He's still gotta go. Setting up SimCity behind this. Catches the Observer. Oh, the disruptor has arrived. Never goes off. Doesn't quite connect. But Zealots, they come in for the surround. 1 tank goes down. 2nd tank is low. And it looks like Astray, he has enough. He cleans up the army. Shuts down the tanks and everything else. Yeah, Homeowner, he was caught on siege. He was caught surrounded. His bunkers did not quite finish, or his E-base even. And Astray doesn't just hold, he can counterattack. Behind this, he's got a backup expansion. Again, Astray playing so carefully, preserving his units. If you remember in game 1, Australia, he fought to save his third. Here, he gave up the third. He just gave up on it. Didn't try to save it, didn't fight too hard for it. Preserved his army. And did come out better for it in the end. Just more patient play out of Australia this time. Now his third is up and running. And he's up a base. He's up in expansion, up in economy. And Homeowner is pinned back at home. Bearing in mind, he pulled the boys to make that happen. It was a 2-base all-in. And transitioning out of this is going to be very difficult for Honmono. Taking a third is going to be insane. We'll see if he can. And there's no rush for Australia. There is no rush. He spots the Banshees. Stalkers move out. But all Australia has to do is just saturate his third, take a fourth, tech up into a second robo, get into Colossus, chill. Like, there's no rush to push in. Like, what Homemono wants is for Australia to overextend and just try to break this natural base and push into 3 siege tanks and like a concave of Marines. That's like best case scenario for Honmono, is to force a bad fight out of his opponent. As Australia's sharking around. Without any bunkers, Australia could actually break this. So Homemono's going to be careful. Third CC's on the way. Australia checking for a third base. Checking for an expansion. There's that fourth on the way. And again, Australia, he checks a third, and then he backs off. Like, again, there's no reason to push in. Just need some patience back. Once again, the Banshees were spotted. Australia's rotating. Back at home, working on +1, working on Extendable Lance. +2 has begun. Banshees are revealed. Oh, and we do catch the medevac! Oh my god. Full medevac goes down. Stalker's in position with the Banshees. They were in position. Australia pulls away at just the wrong moment. And Homemono will slip out. There's Stalkers in the main. It's fine. And again, all Australia has to do is wait for Homemono to expand. Wait for Homemono to expose himself. And then Australia can punish. Move out. Banshees get caught. 2 Banshees go down. And as Homemono expands, like, this is Australia's moment. GG. We don't even get the fight. GG gets called. Australia's in position, and Australia will take the series 2-1, advancing on to the next round. GG. GG, well played. I feel like we got the best out of Homemono, and we got to see Australia excel as well. Where Homemono, if you're a little bit too greedy, if you're a little bit too cavalier, if you don't take his all-in seriously, then Homemono will punish you, as we saw in Game 1. And we saw the growth of Australia here in Game 3, where he was able to recognize that, able to identify that, did respect the all-in. Again, Australia, who was more than willing to just give up on the third, just gave, in Game 3, just gave up on the third base, you know, let Homemono get the damage he was looking for, just back off, reinforce, catch reinforcements with his Zealot counterattack, and then come in for the surround. Again, a lot more patience and more conservative play there out of Australia. Was able to shut Homemono down. GG. GG, well played. And with that, Australia will advance on into the next round, and the question becomes, who is facing off against him? Here we go. Because I believe we have an update. Here we go. Exclamation mark B in the chat. Oh. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look back yourselves. Let us try to catch up on what's been going on. we have some updates. From the top, Max Pax is still waiting for his opponent. It looks like Davo takes down Yo-Yo 2-1. Went all the way to the ace match. Davo now up against Rebellion in a best of 3 when it goes up against Max Pax. Scrolling down, we have Patty Mac. Patty takes down Loelis 2-0, and Patty is up against Mixu in the 3rd round. Best of luck. Scrolling down, Zan is still mid-series against T-Bull. We have Geralt. Geralt takes down Gale Force and Luna C. And Geralt is up against the winner of Zan and T-Bull. That's a lot of Protoss. That's a lot of PvP in the bracket. Best of luck. Scrolling down, we have Björn. We have Björn waiting for the winner of Pig and Inexorable. That's going to be an interesting one. I do favor Inexorable, but I know that Pig has been putting in a lot of work. So best of luck. Also, we just got an update. Zan just took down T-Bull 2-0. And Zan does advance on to face off against Geralt. Their series is about to begin. Scrolling down, we have Epic. We have Epic versus Maples in a TVP. Meanwhile, we have Shin versus Foxer, and the winner goes up against Estrella, and that is our next series. Up next to the channel is going to be a ZVT between Shin and Foxer. Let's go. That's what we have next. So we've been witnessing a lot of Terran and Protoss, but now we get to see some Terran and Zerg instead. Our players are currently conducting their vetoes, and then we can jump in. Here we go. And when it comes to last week, let me just double check actually. Yeah, Shin actually didn't take part. Shin, he wasn't here in last Ursasaurus Cup. Was he here in the first one? He was. Okay. So Shin is the first Ursasaurus Cup champion, but he wasn't here to reprise his role last week. He was missing. He was missing last week, so we didn't get to see a rematch between Shin and Björn. Instead, Björn was able to win the entire event. We'll see if Shin can make another finals run again. We'll see. We shall see. Getting ready. Getting all of the casters involved. And game 1 is going to be on Golden Aura. Too many weeps. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Too many. Aye. Okay, I appreciate that you're warning people ahead of time. They know what they're getting into. And here we go, we're getting into our next series, and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Golden Aura, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing Gaimin Gladiators. It is Shin. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent, we have the American Terran player, the Yellow Terran, representing Berserker Esports. It is Foxer. And you know what time it is if you're in the chat. Predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will take the series. Best of luck. As a reminder, for the greater context of this series, the winner will advance on to face off against Estrella. Estrella is lying in wait for the winner of this match. Who's it going to be? We go for now. Hatch first. Standard opener here out of Shin. He's going to be easing his way in here. Just waking up in the early morning in Korea. And Foxer, I mean, he has been known for his TVZ. I do recall Foxer impressing a lot of viewers, a lot of players as well in EPT Americas when he did compete in last season. So definitely has a lot of potential as a player, definitely. But can he compare to Shin? As Shin is an ex-champion of the Ursasaurus Cup, even defeating Björn in that finals. Again, Shin has been on fire recently, defeating players like Beyond, defeating Clem. He took down Max Pax last week. It's been impressive. Very impressive. But a lot of it does come down to his playstyle. It does come down to how aggressive Shin is. And how difficult he can be to read. Oh. It's Foxer with the spray. Let's go. Does throw down the GG. Moving out with the Reaper. Overlord will confirm it's not 2-Rax Reaper. Link speed is already on the way. Shin does actually avoid his third. Interesting. So Shin opening up 2 base. No third in sight. Reaper dipping in. Will threaten the natural. Shin will zone away. And it's on Foxer to get a read of what's going on, but he's going to be denied. Yeah, Queen is in position. Foxer behind this going 3cc. Third CC before starports. Third base now being taken. Is a delayed third for Shin. But he hasn't lost anything yet. Just a very late third base. Yeah, I'm curious. It almost looked like Shin was expecting 2-Rax Reaper. Meanwhile, it's going to be 3cc 2-on-1. Let's go. Second Rax is on the way. Now, what this means, that's the initial Reaper will threaten a dive, is that back at home, Foxer, he's building up towards a stim timing. Going to be rushing into stim, rushing into a starport with reactor with Medivacs, into a marine push. Now, because it's 3cc, that does mean that you have some extra Hellions. We should be getting up to 4 Hellions at most before pulling away. I say 4 Hellions at most, it is going to be 2 Hellions. Just a lower Hellion count. It's Yad on top. Into reactor into starport. Now, because this is the 3-base set, the 3-base variation of this, it does mean that this will be a bit of a later timing and a bit of a later stim than normal. So Shin has more time to drone, to be greedy, to drone up, and to saturate his bases. We'll see if he does. As the Hellions are forced back. Queens are keeping up. Yeah, that is quite a heavy queen count here for Shin. Hellions do get into the mineral line. They will get a drone. 2 even. 2 workers go down. Roach Warren's on the way, which I did expect. Reaper gets into the main. Where is revealed, but I believe the Roach Warren has not. Quickly checking. Yeah, Foxer has no eyes on the Roach Warren. Shin saturating his bases, moving out with Lings, and behind this, getting ready for Roach production instead. Likewise, Shin is also... never mind. I was going to say he's in the dark, but he was able to scout earlier with the Overlord. Did get eyes on the production, on the setup. Shin knows. Shin is fully aware that he has a little bit more time to drone before being forced to make an army. This Foxer is breaking out, getting his third. At almost the 6-minute mark, Foxer does move out with his timing. Has stim. And Shin should be ready for this. Let's go 24 Lings. More Lings are on the way. Queen's been rolled together. It is still a very threatening army. Shin has to be very careful. Foxer almost gets a queen. Foxer going to be rotating. More Lings are amassing. Pushes him in. And Shin will be able to surround. Another medic! Oh my god! A bit of miscontrol out of Foxer. That should not have happened. Foxer boosted in instead of boosting away. And that was a full medevac going down. Oh, no. And with that, he's vulnerable back at home. Goes for a stim. Shin will not try to surround, but honestly, he could. He could try to catch out this army. Shin backs up. And Shin has map control. Behind this, Shin taking a fourth, joining up behind this, getting to his Ravagers. +1 range is on the way. Now, I imagine we're going into +1 melee after range, but we'll see. If it goes into +2, I mean, that's going to be a tell of just purely Roach Ravager. Yeah, Shin is on 3 base saturation, and he's not droning. Uh-oh. Yeah, Shin is not droning. He's committing. He's going for a massive 1-1 timing. Rocks are being knocked down. Scan reveals the army. What do we have to defend? We have 1 bunker, so we have 2 bunkers on the way. Soon to be 3 bunkers. Tanks are still getting in position as well. Boys are being pulled. The Lings are flooding in. They're going for the tanks. Trying to come in for a surround. Bit of an awkward angle here for Shin. Files will connect with the Marines to get on top of the Ravagers. Not a bad fight out of Foxer, but it's still not enough. GG gets called. Shin will overwhelm. And Shin takes game number 1. GG. Shin just going for a 1-1 timing off of 3 bases. Again, cut workers at what, 64? And just sent everything across the map. It was really unfortunate that Foxer had lost the initial drop. Now, what that meant was, it wasn't just Foxer losing a full medevac of Marines, but he lost map control and map presence. I mean, if he had kept it alive, it isn't about, you know, getting damage. It's about keeping an eye on the drone count, on the saturation, on the army as well, on keeping the creep at bay, and getting an eye on any kind of move out like this. Alas, Foxer lost the medevac, and Foxer was in the dark. GG. GG, well played. With that, Shin takes the first game. Now we're jumping into game number 2. Let's go. If you recall, Foxer, before that even, he lost his Hellions, lost his drop, had nothing on the map to kind of get a read on what was happening and what Shin was going for. And now he's up against the wall, but we'll see if he can bounce back here in game 2. We shall see. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Amphion, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing Gaming Gladiators. It is Shin. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the American Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Berserker Esports. It is Foxer. Changing his color. Interesting. Does change his color here. No longer yellow, is red. Shin is opening up pool first. Interesting. Now, the reason why you can go pool first on this map is because of the Reaper attack path. What I mean by that, the initial Reaper that's being built back at home for Foxer is going to go right through the middle. We do have a nice little path here to move out of the natural and into the natural base of Shin. So we have a direct path. Does mean the Reaper gets across the map a little bit faster, but because of that, if Shin were to go for a pull first, if Shin were to move out with Lings, they would naturally avoid the Reaper path. They would go the long way around towards the right hand side, and ideally they can get across the map, hit the natural, and delay the CC. So that is a unique feature specifically on Amphion, is that the Reaper naturally does kind of head in the opposite direction. As I say that though, we are not making any Lings. Okay. Okay. Interesting. Ling production has been delayed in favor of a queen, so this is a very safe opener by Shin. Very safe. So pull first into a queen. Overlord does confirm that it was a standard opener, and because of that, I do favor Foxer's position. The SCV does get eyes on the late expansion, so you can... Foxer is overreacting. Okay. I mean, I guess this works out. Foxer is looking for the Lings. I mentioned before that if you go pull first, the Lings, they will avoid the Reaper, and Foxer is looking for them. checking, is looking for those lings that don't exist. And Shin is going to be able to just happily drone up to this queen. Reaper will bypass, going for the mineral line. Dipping into the main. And the game will progress from here. Behind this, folks are going for a third CC. And yeah, just a really interesting start by Shin. Again, more than anything, more of just a safe opener, getting into early queen production. Once again, it felt like Shin was trying to hard counter 2x Reaper, but as we saw, it's a standard opener. So I do think I still like Fox's position a little bit more, considering the game state. And the same as last game, Foxer is going for a third CC into a 2-1-1. So once again, he's going to be pulling off of Hellion production a little bit earlier, getting 4 Hellions at the most, into an add-on swap, into Marine production, into Stim. Ooh, this game, Foxer only making a single Hellion. So trying to be a little bit faster when it comes to the transition and trying to cut some corners in a sense. Pulling further back. Starport's out on the way. There's the add-on swap. Stim is in production. Now the downside is that Foxer has that much less map control because he's only got 1 Hellion. But as long as he keeps it alive, it's going to be okay. To make sure he keeps an eye on any kind of move out. We saw last game that the Hellions were thrown away for a drone. I think 2 workers even. So Fox is going to be a little bit more careful, more attentive. As Shin is droning up. And so far it's too early for any kind of big signs of aggression. There's no extra gases, there's no Roach Warren. Speaking of, Shin going for a Baleen Nest before expansion. Interesting. Shin is playing so safely here. I mean, he did scout earlier, he did scout the 2-1-1. But it's 3cc, and now Shin confirms. There we go. Shin, he slips in, gets eyes on the expansion.
Ready. Here comes a new challenger.
Shin is an event joyer. Yeah, that's true. But yeah, Shin playing very safely is going to be a little bit punished for it. As the Baleen Nest is done, but we can't really make use of the Balings at the moment. Getting to +1 carapace, now taking his gases, and taking his 4th. Shin will catch the Hellion. Not a bad start. Double drop towards the left. Overlord will confirm. Shin getting in position. Yeah, the queens do rotate. And Shin starts up the lair. Jump into the main. Queens will deny. Foxer is still going to try to commit though. Diving further in. But he's trying to. Now, one of the big features, of course, of this map is how secure this third is. You have to knock down rocks or mine through minerals to actually gain access to this area, this location. And it is leading into a longer game state as Shin is taking up into Hydras. So this time it's going to be Ling main Hydra out of Shin. Oh, she's still looking for damage. Doesn't quite find any. But again, at least this time Foxtree does keep these Marines alive. Denying some creep, keeping an eye on any kind of move outs. 4th base getting up and running. Shin even mining through those minerals. Getting ready for a push in that direction. getting ready. Likewise, Folkster getting a 4th. Not going for a 3-way soul in. 4 CCs on the way. Is also building up. I do think it's on Folkster to be more active, to deny an expansion. 5th base is on the way. Looks like Folkster is headed in that direction. But Shin likewise is keeping up. And Folkster doesn't check. He scans, he's looking for a base. And we'll find it. Yeah, the 5th expansion is spotted. And Folkster should be able to force a cancel. Oh! Gonna cancel the expansion. Triple jump towards the left-hand side. Folkster is gaining ground, takes down the macro hatchery. Not bad. Ooh. Does bleed out some Marines. Ready to jump into the main. So far, Shin is keeping up. Unfortunately, no anti-air, so can't really do much about the drop. Folkster is holding his own. Behind this, Ghost production. Ghost Academy's on the way. Primaries are done. 2-2's almost finished up as well. And because of the setup here, because of the creep being denied, and because of how narrow this choke point is as well, Folkster, he can actually send his army right through towards the natural. That's another big factor about this map. As Shin is expanding on the right-hand side, is that Folkster, if he can break the natural, he can just end the game. As he gains access to the main, and he gains access to all of this tech. The Hydrogen, the Baneling Nest, the Hive as well. It's all a little bit more vulnerable here on this map. Assuming Folkster pushes in. We're now dropping on the right. Shin double expanding. Shin trying to set up. Oh, catching out the Marines. Tankstar sees but Shin, he doesn't turn back. He's committing. Going for the Planetary. Planetary goes down. SCVs as well. But he cannot fight the main army. Shin, he has to back off. He does get the expansion. At the same time, folks are pushing towards the hybrid base. It looks like Shin is going to be able to hold on to it. It does get on top of the Marines, takes down the tanks as well. Nice clean up here by Shin. Aliens to survive. And Shin holds. At the same time, Medivacs under fire. Shin is keeping up. Lurker Den's on the way. Shin getting his Link Bane Hydra Lurker. Hive is done. And yeah, it's just such an awkward kind of map here where folks are trying to push on 2 ends at once, on opposite sides. He isn't quite able to. Creep is respreading. Folkster is yet to really expand and establish his base. And that means that Shin is going to be able to max out first. To max, the creep is looking quite impressive, and I don't see Folkster saving this base. Like, the Planetary, it's so exposed, so out in the open. It's why usually Terran players, they take this hybrid base first, and even expand northwards. Meanwhile, Shin taking another base, setting up for the Planetary. See if Folkster can hold. Planetary is being rebuilt, but it's such a late expansion for Folkster. And here comes the Link Bane. Once again, going for the expansion. Planetary goes down. That's all that Shin needed. That's all he wanted. here, he can back up. The Lunkers are coming! Nidus Worm is done, Lunkers are on the way. It's gonna be 9 Lurkers here for Shin. And Fortunato! He's not looking! Foxer not quite paying attention, takes massive bailings to the face. Shin still barely keeping these tumors alive, keeping them active. To make sure that Foxer cannot push in. Again, it's so important that he does so. If you ever lose control of this position, we spoke about it earlier, but like there's just so much tech that's exposed. Nice into the main. Oh. Which shouldn't finish. This one is denied. Back up Nidus within range of the tank. Foxer is re-expanding. God, that's a massive line of tanks. But that's what the Vipers are for. There's 4 Vipers ready for this. Nidus run back into the main base. This time tank not quite in position. Uh-oh. The Nidus is going to finish. And the Lurkers are inside. It's going to be happening. It's going to be 9 Lurkers for Shin. Nidus Worm completes. He's going for the main. He's going for the production. Oh, and the Ghosts are going down. Massive pickoffs. And this may just be the move that Shin was waiting for. So on top of the production, Raxes are going down. Will force Foxer to respond. Yeah, tanks on siege. And they're trying to push up a ramp. Oh god. First tank goes down. Not like this. At the same time, Shinny collapses on the left-hand base. Planetary goes down. 14 workers. And Shinny's just pulling Foxer apart. The one Nidus in the main, it can sometimes just end the game. Lurkers going further in. Oh my god, the Lurkers are going to be cleaned up, but they more than pay for themselves. They deny the expansion, took down Raxus, 21 SCVs, and the Planetary. And now Shin is remaxed. Is remaxed. If he wanted to, he could go back into the main as well. The Nidus is still there. Not anymore. This is cleaned up. Vipers are almost killing their own building. They're getting ready. Goal here is to abduct a Blinding Cloud. There is no Planetary. Just orbitals. And shit is collapsing in. EMPs, some of them connect. Some, but not all. Still get the Blinding Clouds off. Tanks still, they do nothing. Bailings, they crash into the natural. Getting into the production. And they chase down the Ghosts. Decent splits here by Foxer, but it's a numbers game at this point. Lings, they flood into the natural as well. Tanks are cleaned up, and Shin, he's just snowballing out of control at this point. Foxer cannot keep up. The bases are falling. Ghost getting caught out. GG gets called, and Shin will take the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played. Shin will take the series. Again, Shin, he came in as the favored player. Foxer was able to look a little bit stronger in this game than he did in game number 1, I will say. He was able to get into the mid-game, of course, able to avoid any kind of crazy all-ins. Unfortunately, Foxer was unable to save the 4th, though. The moments that Foxer lost the expansion on the left-hand side, that was kind of the moments that Foxer lost any kind of momentum. It was just kind of stuck defending, stuck on the back foot. Foxer could not really maintain himself, and eventually was overwhelmed. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations, as Shin will take the series, and we already have our next opponent. As a reminder, earlier we were casting Hornmono versus Estrella, and Estrella has been patiently waiting. He's been waiting patiently here for his next opponent. Up next, Shin versus Estrella. Let's go. We are entering the round of 16. Here we go. We are setting up. And beautiful. Videos are currently underway. Once they're done, we can jump into our next series. We can jump into our next game. Well, we're getting there. And let's have a look at the bracket and catch up on the rest of these matches. Do we have any other updates? I feel like Max Pax has been waiting for a while, and I think he still is. I think he still is waiting. Okay, from the top. From the very top here, we have Patty Mac. Oh my god. Patty, calm down. I was not expecting that, but Patty Mac, he takes down Mixu 2-1, does advance on into the quarterfinals. Very impressive. Waiting for the winner of Max Pax, Rebellion, and Davito. So, Patty Mac having a very, very strong performance so far, making it into that quarterfinals. He's going to have to wait for quite some time, though. He's waiting for Max Pax, Rebellion, or Tavo to advance on, so best of luck. Best of luck to Patty. Scrolling down, we have the PvP still ongoing. Zaun versus Geralt. Honestly, that could go either way. We mentioned before, Zaun did complete his military, I want to say 11 or 12 days ago. I think it's been 12 days. And Zaun did have his debut, his comeback performance in Sparkling Tunic Cup. Great to see him in another tournament. Great to see him again. And we'll see if he can make a deeper run up against Geralt. Scrolling down, we have Pig. A big win for Pig. El Chanchito, he takes down Inexorable 2-1. Very impressive there by Pig. I was favoring Inexorable there, but I also did recognize that Pig has been improving as of late, so very nice performance. Takes down Inexorable. Now up against Björn in the next round. Scrolling down, we have Epic. Epic takes out Maple 2-0. Epic waiting for the winner of Björn and Pig. And scrolling down, we have our series. We have, oh, my apologies, this is a quarterfinals match, not round of 16. This is Shin versus Estrella. Let's go. That is up next on the channel. The bracket. Oh. So we are setting up. And getting things ready. Meanwhile, shout out to all the other language casters out there. I believe Enki is also somewhere in the bracket. Somewhere out there. There's Enki, I believe Dave Tess is casting. The StarCraft Historian. Rocklets as well. Obrigado. Casting in Portuguese. You have Mapo, you have Pig. Pig is streaming his POV. He's going to be casting after his tournament run. And many, many others. And here we go, we're getting into our next series, and spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of side Delta, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing Gaiman Gladiators. It is Shin. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent, we have the American Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing Virtus Pro. It is Estrella. And if you're in the chat, posture check, be sure to stretch, and also get your gamba going. Get your gamba going. Predictions are open in the chat. Place your bets on who you think will take the series, on who you think will advance on into the next round. Best of luck. Patty, of course, Patty, he is an ex-CranKy Duckling. He's one of our own. He's un patito. He's a duck. Or an ex-duck, I should say. Fun fact, I don't mind saying this, I think he doesn't mind either. Patty Mac, he actually recently reached out again. Of course, no, it's not like we parted on bad terms or anything like that. He was like, Pappy, can I become a duckling again? Patty Mac, he's been on a bit of a hiatus. He kind of pseudo-retired when he went to China. He spent like a year in China, and I think he's planning to go back to China as well. Has been studying there. But it sounds like he wants to start competing again. Unfortunately, I had to tell him that, I mean, unlike in years past, we don't really have the funds to, you know, foster a pro team again. So I was like, I'm sorry, we just, do apologize. So did have to turn Patty down, but I believe he is looking for a team. I believe he is looking for a team, and he is looking to, you know, invest time into StarCraft again and compete again as well. He was like, yo, we can have another WTL run. And I'm like, we don't really have an active team though. We have Dolan. We have El Dolito. We have the head. But that's not much more. Like, Epic is part-time. Ryu doesn't really compete anymore. He streams, but doesn't really compete too often. Oreo's inactive. Starduck's inactive. But best of luck to Patty on his endeavors looking for a team. I'm sure he'll find one. I mean, especially beating Mixu, like, that is a statement. That is a big result already. Go. As Australia is going to be opening up Stargate. Stargate opener from the Protoss. Which is what we expect in this matchup. Likewise, Shin going Hatch Gas Pool into a third as well. Everything looking as it should. He might be going back to Street Fighter. Cap. As things, they do come in, they do collapse. Ooh, forcing a recall. And with this surge of Lings, the goal here for Shin is to deny the third. Is to be active, try and deny the third base. And try and delay for as long as possible. The last Adepts are in position, and Shin should be able to expand without too much trouble. Expansion has been taken. Shin pulling back, joining up, saturating his bases. See if Estrella can find any damage. So far, Shin does deflect. Behind this extended follow-up, going for a Forge and a Twilight Council, getting to +1 and Blink. Forge just not finishing, and Estrella does get 2 drones, but ooh, takes a lot of hits. Oh no! Takes a lot of damage, and the Oracle will barely escape. And 1 shot away from going down. Does get away. Estrella moving out with 6 Adepts. The Oracles are going to be less imposing, but at least the Adepts have potential. Oracles poking in. Shin has the bare minimum to defend. These Adepts, they can get damage done. And they will commit to the shade. Queens are in position. First Adept goes down, but there's still 5 left. They get a drone. Yeah, 1 so far. Oh, not much more than that as they get caught out on the army. Oracle falls, Safe Trap is denied. Oh, that was the high HP Oracle going down as well. Yeah, bit of miscontrol there out of Estrella. Losing an Oracle, the other is barely alive as well. Estrella's going to be chased down. Shin will collapse in, takes down all the Adepts, and can now counterattack. Back at home, what do we have to defend? No shield battery! Shield battery just now being thrown down. Oh my god. Warping in extra Stalkers. Lings they can threaten. Merely threaten. They will back off. But Shin has defended, taking a 4th base. Shin is looking solid and is going to be able to recover. Drone up, saturate his bases. And I believe there's no Roach Warren. Yeah, no Roach Warren, so it looks like Shin has 2 options. He can either go into a Hydrogen from here, as he's taking all of his gases, or he can go into a Spire. Both have their place. Both are viable. I'm leaning more towards a Hydrogen, though. I feel like you would usually get a safety Roach Warren if you were to go Mutas, but we'll see. As Lings they threaten a counterattack, trying to buy time. Balin S gets thrown down. Interesting. And there it is. There's that Hydrogen. Back at home, there are Zealot reinforcements. We'll see if Estrella can defend. He should be okay though, with the sack defense. Nobody's about to get surrounded. Blink is done. Thankfully, Blink is done. Stalkers do get away. Ling's looking for another way in. As Hydra soon to be amassing. Still just purely Ling Queen. No Banelings. Once again going for the surround, catching at least the Zealots. Going for the Stalkers. And Estrella has overextended. He's going to lose so much here. Stalkers are shut down. 3 of them do recall out of here. And 3 Stalkers do survive, but that was not worth it for Estrella. Ay. Bleeding out 7 Stalkers. But purely Ling. Zealot's getting caught out. Shin getting a 5th. Joining up to 3 base saturation and getting into Hydra production. Interesting that Shin has yet to really saturate any further. Oh. No drones. Just purely Ling Hydra. Storm is done. And there are 2 High Templar ready for this. So this is a risky maneuver here by Shin. Going for a Baneling run by. At the same time moving out with his main army. Going for the 4th. We'll have the Concave. Punishes the Zealots. God, that's a lot of heights. That's a lot of Storm. Oh my god. Storms are coming in. So far, nice splits here from Shin. Banelings waddle forward. Storm should be able to deny them. Oh, they still connect though. Oh my god, massive connections. 3, 4 High Templar go down. There's 3 left. 4th base is denied. That's going to be a kill. No cancel. And the Storms, they're being forced out. So 0 Storms remaining. And Shin is overwhelming. Estrella just needed a little bit more time. Just needed 1 extra warp in to support the army. The Shin, he does hit. He does strike. And it may just be too much. So he overwhelms the Zealots, gets all the Stalkers. High Templar, they just warped in, then already GG gets called, and Shin will take game number 1. GG. GG, well played. Shin will take the first game. Again, Estrella, unfortunately, he was a little bit too over-eager. If you remember, it all started with the first Stalker move out. He lost half of his Stalkers, almost, I will say, the majority of his Stalkers as he moved out. With that, he lost map control, and that allowed Shin to be as active as he was, to move out, to not quite max out, but to cut workers and to commit into Ling Hydra, and eventually overwhelm Estrella. GG. And now we're getting into game number 2. So we are setting up. Looks like we're being joined by some other casters. It looks like Pig's run has concluded as he's going to be joining us. And I believe so is Steadfast as well. Who was Pig playing against? He was up against Bjorn, right? Of course. Of course. I assumed Pig was going to be following Bjorn into Epic, but apparently not. But that is another quarterfinals match that is currently underway. Here we go, we're jumping into game 2 and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Dynasty. We have the South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg representing Gaiman Gladiators, leading the series 1-0. It is Shin. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the American Protoss player, the Red Protoss representing Virtus Pro. It is Estrella. And Estrella, he's rushing towards the gold. Shin, he's known for taking the gold base on this map. Shin has a reputation, and Estrella is aware of it. Yeah, the drone does move out. But Shin is taking the standard base instead. Okay, you have my attention. Shin diverting expectations, going for the natural expansion. Estrella, he's double checking. He's like, what's going on? Like, why have you not taken the gold? Is this really Shin? You're fake, you're an imposter. as Estrella will go further. And the other option is that Shin could be taking like the proxy gold. But Estrella will get eyes on the expansion and we'll realize what's been going on. So standard opener out of Shin. Now Shin is one of the few players out there that does not veto Dynasty in best of threes. And I'm still not fully convinced. I'm still not fully convinced. I mean, we have seen Shin defeat players like Clem on Dynasty recently. Same with like other top Protoss players as well. Like Shin, he can pop off on this map, but it's very high risk, high reward. Like it's, I wouldn't say it's very oh, he's going for the cannon rush. I wouldn't say it's very like reliable or consistent. That's the word I'm looking for. No, it's the most consistent play here from from Shin. And if you're curious what's going on, he is spine rushing the gold. This is a very unique build that Shin does whip out on this map. He did it against Max Pax last week, and now he's doing it here against Estrella. I think he also did it against Trigger, if I recall correctly. So this is the third time we're seeing this so far over the past 2 weeks. Now the way this works is that Shin is going to be rallying some drones across the map. Firstly, Lynx will zone away the probe, and he's going to get some spine crawlers up and running and spine rush the mineral line. It is kind of the Zerg way to cannon rush the mineral line and to deny the gold, deny mining. So far, Shin is the only player I've seen do this, and we cast StarCraft on a daily basis here, and we haven't seen, you know, like Scarlet or Dark or Solar or anyone else embrace this. This is a Shin build, and we've seen it work. We've also seen it fail. We'll see how Estrella reacts. Now, the way that Max Pax dealt with this, Max Pax didn't scout this until the spines were up, and he responded with a Void Ray. He responded with a Void Ray with that Stargate opener. Spine crawlers are on the way. Is going to be Oracle first. Creep is spotted. Estrella now realized, there it is. He cancels the Oracle, starts up a Void Ray, starts up 2 more shield batteries. So far, so good. So far, a good response by Estrella, but it still comes down to the execution, because it's not just a spine rush, it's going to be queens and spores as well. Like again, Shin, he knows that this usually will react or will force a response with Void Rays, and there we go, 2 spores are on the way. So 2 spines and 2 spores. We'll see if Shin can maintain this position. Likewise, Queen is waddling across the map as well to help support. Lings, they hit the net, or they hit the main. Spine crawlers are waddling forward. And the spores, they do manage to get in front as well. And just like that, Estrella is going to be contained onto a 1-base economy. Void Rays poking in. Oh! But the spores are up. And this is all that Shin needs to do, is just maintain this position. And just like that, Estrella, he's on 1 base. He's on 1 base versus 2. And Shin can even take the gas. He can take the gas and mine from it as well. Estrella responding with the fleet beacon. That I was not expecting. Okay, this is unique. This is a response I have not seen. Estrella, he's going for Tempest. He's going into the Tempest. Spine Crawler takes a lot of damage, forces the overcharge. Spine Crawler is going to be going down. Nice pickup. Yeah, Shin did overextend. The second Spine Crawler goes down as well. The overcharge putting in a lot of work, and so far so good. Estrella, he is holding, he is defending. And he's once again mining from the base. And Shin, he was a little bit late to unburrow and move away those spines. And Estrella, he's doing well for himself. This is still not enough damage from Shin. Void Ray poking forward. Second Stargate on the way. Oh! Shin will bleed under the Spine Crawler. And another, oh my god, barely another. Void Ray taking a lot of damage. Tempest is revealed. And there's no answer to the Tempest. I mean, it's just free damage. It's going to be free damage from this point forward. Takes down the Queen, takes down another Spine. And how does Shin deal with that Tempest? Miles away. With a second Tempest in production. And even though we have seen Max Pax deal with this build before, the way that Max Pax dealt with it was just going Mass Void Ray. He went up to, I want to say, 4 Void Rays. And of course had a Stalker or Blink Stalker composition to support. But I feel like going into Tempest like this, it's just so secure. Like, I mean, how are you ever going to lose a Tempest? It's just not going to happen. A Lair is on the way, but it's not done yet. So no Spire, no Corruptors. And we can even take up out to the face, and the Overcharge will top it up. As the Tempest, they take down another Ravager. Another Queen. There's 1 Queen left. Up to 4 Tempests. Oh my god. 4 Tempests up and running. Spire is now on the way, but it's not going to save the expansion. It's not going to save the space. Oh! Oh my god. Miles almost connected. Now I'm curious. Does Estrella focus on clearing this up, or does he go for a counterattack? Okay. Gotta focus on clearing this up instead. We'll shut down the Spores. Back at home, Shin. He's on 2 base saturation. I mean, Estrella still has not taken a 3rd. That is, I would say, an oversight. I do think that this base could have been taken a little bit earlier by Estrella. So Estrella could have been in a better economic position, but still good. Still good with the gold. And Corruptors are going to be amassing. Shin does have a lot of gas. Thankfully, Shin was able to make use of that gas geyser. Another thing that could have happened here, even with only Void Rays, is Void Rays they could have snuck in from behind, and they could have threatened the gas geyser even with the Spore Crawlers in position. So Shin did mine a lot of gas from this base. But doesn't matter. Estrella's moving out. Corruptors are amassing. Estrella just now started Blink, so the ground army can't really support as well. But the Tempest, they're going for the main. And that's 10 Corruptors in production. Oh, Queen's getting 1 shot. Oh my god. Yeah, there are 5 Tempests. They can 1-shot the Queens, but can they escape the Corruptors? As they get every single Queen. Queen's just buying time. Corruptors pop out. They force a recall. Up! And they get 1. They get 1 Tempest. Down to 4. Now, what's impressive is that Shin may have lost all of his queens, but he didn't really lose any workers. So his drone count is left alone. But he did lose every single queen. And that will impact the production, that will impact the injects. And Estrella has a solid lead. Estrella, he's in a solid position. He's on 3 base economy. Getting into +1 blink, getting into a 4th expansion. It's going to be an uphill battle for Shin. And again, I don't know if he's ever encountered this response before. I've seen Shin do this build several times. I've never seen it work. It worked against Trigger. If you watched Shin versus Trigger, was it last week? Tenacious Total Tussle, I think. So it did work. But here we go. Takes down the Tempest. Tempest are reset. Shin being forced away. But again, I do like this response from Estrella. Like, it's just been quite solid. Even though Estrella, he just lost all the Tempest. Estrella's still able to expand, take another expansion, take a 4th. As the Corruptors are being cleaned up, I mean, they've already dealt with the Tempest. And here we go, Shin. He's following this up with a Ling Roach Ravager all in. +1 range is still halfway done. But you can see Shinny's cut workers. He's not taking any gases. He's not taking a fourth base. It's all or nothing for Shin. The Biles, they will connect. But the overcharge does stand strong. Not enough Biles. GG gets called. Estrella holds, and Estrella takes game number 2, tying up the series. We're going to the ace match. Whew. We are going to game 3. Let's go. Oh my god. Let us go. And now the question becomes, what map are we going to be spawning into? Where does the story end? Again, it was a cheeky build out of Shin, and we have seen it quite often now, specifically on Dynasty, going for the Spine Rush. Again, with mixed results, and I do really like this response by Estrella. Like, even with the Tempest going down, like, it was still a very dominant way to deal with the Spine Rush and to shut Shin down. To be able to get into a third, get into a fourth, and maintain map control. It was impressive. Very impressive stuff. I would not be surprised if Estrella is, in a way, practiced against this. I'm not necessarily saying that he practiced against Shin exactly, but for Estrella to even speak and converse with Trigger, even watch some of these games, I'd be more impressed if Estrella hadn't played this or hadn't seen this before and he just, you know, responded on the fly. But here we go. We're getting into the ace match. Here we go. Here we go, spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing Gaiman Gladiators. It is Shin. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the American Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing Virtus Pro. It is Estrella. Here we go. Estrella is setting up back at home. Likewise, hatch first from Shin. Going for a 14 hatchery. Interesting. So very early hatchery here by a Zerg player. I believe there was no extractor trick. Yeah, no cancellation. Just straight up hatch first. Able to get it up undisturbed. And from here can go into his gases, into his spawning pool. Basically, from my understanding, the difference between a 15-15 and the 14 hatch that we just saw is that your gas isn't delayed. When you go for a 15-15, your gases are much later as a result, and link speed is much later as well. With this kind of opener, you're able to get into your link speed at a more similar timing. So gas is now being saturated. So a bit of a different take on getting your expansion on location. Was popularized by the Koreans. Especially when the 15 hatch was had hit the mainstream, and when players started copying Eric, the Korean scene, they started going for like 14 hatches instead. For a time, this was like beginning of last year. So just an interesting take on things. As Estrella is going for the Stargate. Okay. Stargate opener back at home. Wait until you hear about the pan situation, or lack thereof. Oh no. Not like this. Estrella, howdy. I mean, I don't think we've had a player be caught with their pants down yet. No, we kind of have. I think Estrella earlier against Hot Mono, I think his pants were down. True. But after that heinous game one against Homono. I think they're back up. I think he's being more careful. Aye, aye, aye. So now shit is just going to be droning, keeping up with the adepts. Likewise, Australia opening up Oracle, moving out, establishing his third base, and everything so far is looking as it should, but just calming things down, settling into the mid game. Nothing too crazy outside of, I guess, the initial openers. Oracle dives into the natural, Queens are in position, Spawn not quite yet done, and we do get 2 drones. Not bad. 2 workers go down, but the Oracle does take a little hold damage, and Estrella does have to back off. Interesting, Estrella opening up double Oracle into a Phoenix, not a 3rd Oracle. Okay. With this, he's going to have that much less to harass and that much less to even defend his 3rd, but he will be able to shut down Overlords and try to keep Shin in the dark. So Oracles, they do rotate. Overlord under fire. Double Oracle into the main. There's a Spore. The Queens are keeping up. Shin is aware of the Oracle movement. Oh. Despite that, we'll catch a worker. It does force an overreaction from Shin. And bleeding out 3 drones. Not bad. Gonna be 5 workers in total and an Overlord. Phoenix looking for another Overlord as well. And it's not going to be +1 in Blink, instead back at home, +1 in Charge. So it's going to be Charged on Archon here for Estrella. And if Shin cuts corners, if he does skip his Roach Warren, I was going to say, if he skips his Roach Warren, if he goes into Ling Hydra again, then Estrella can catch him off guard. But the Roach Warren is set up. Still being annoying. And Shin is yet to confirm what exactly has been going on. Does move out and will confirm the army. Gets eyes on the Zealots, the Slogoths, the Archon, and Roach production has begun. Again, typically against Charge Archon, you do want Roach and Roach Ravager as a more robust army to keep you safe. This can eventually still lead into Hydra Lurker in a longer, later game. But early on, Shin does have to rely on Roaches. Who was? The Phoenix takes a lot of damage. He's taking a lot of hits. Army's already moving out. A very early timing here from Estrella. As he moves out, Lings are moving in. And Shin, he's going for the 3rd. Estrella does warp in time. Shin pulling back. And can Shin set up a surround? The Archons have arrived. Oh, the Stasis! Oh, Master Stasis does connect. Shin has to pull away. Speed still in production. Good start for Estrella. Lings, they move out, they get eyes on the 4th. Estrella, he pulls away. Again, he was hoping that maybe he could catch out his opponents as the prison takes a lot of hits. But Estrella, he was hoping he could maybe catch Shin droning. Like, if Shin was droning or if Shin was taking into Hydras, then Shin could have died then and there. Alas, Estrella was deflected. And Shin is going not just into Roach Ravager, into Swarm Host Nidus as well. Now, the reason why we're seeing Swarm Host is that Swarm Host is seen most commonly against Charger Archon, just because his army is so immobile. Just because of the lack of Blink Stalkers. Blink is on the way, but they're not ready yet. So Swarm Hosts do have their place in ZVP, specifically against this. Cell Drop comes in, gets a Queen. And we'll scout the Swarm Host as well. Not bad. Massive scout by Estrella. 9 Swarms on the way. and Shin, he's not droning. He's cutting workers at 67. Does take a storm to the face. That storm does complete. Shin going for the natural. Ravager pushing forward. Oh, does take another massive storm. Oh my god, the storms! He's standing in them. Shin, calm down. Local Save will go for the expansion. The Nexus will fall. Maybe even the Robo as well. He's gonna get both. Oof, yeah, massive pickoffs. Nexus Robo, another massive. Oh no! Another massive storm. Shin does have a late reaction. We'll have to pull back. Shin's still only on 68 workers. But Stray, he's running out of storm. He's running out of storms. Things are coming for the surround. The storms initially were good, but there's just barely not enough. Another storm does connect. Storm is coming in. See Shin trying to get ready for that surround. What does Shin go for? The army or the expansion? He wants the base. He wants the mineral line. Local Save getting forced out. Does go for an Archon. Gets both. Gets both Archons. Gets into the mineral line. Shin getting the most out of what he can. Stray is holding. Oh my god. I'm shocked by how low the Nexus got. Jesus. Nexus does take a lot of damage. One more Locust Wave away from going down, or even just a handful of Roaches. Shin still has not drawn in quite some time. Still just massing Roach Ravager. And we'll find a Stray High Templar. Nice pickup. High Templar goes down, the army's exposed. There's no way out of this. Does zone away though. Okay. He's meeting up with the rest of his army. Local Save into the natural. He wants it again. He's gonna get it. It is a lot of charge-outs though. Shin has to pull away. He cannot fight this head on. That is what, 5 Immortals. Those are a lot of Immortals. Shin has to respect them. Okay. Shin has to respect them pulling away. I was keeping an eye on the sound. I was like, I haven't heard any in-game music for a while, but it just started. Let's just begin. Stray trying to keep up. And again, a Stray he's holding, but he will lose the expansion. The 4th base goes down. He's being pulled apart. He cannot keep up. Not against this kind of army. Again, we spoke earlier. Because it's Chargel Archon, it's just so immobile. And that's where the power of Swarmhost really shines. Zellaramite gets in, but doesn't get any workers. And Shin will defend. Does race back home, and now transitioning into Hydra, eventually into Lurker Tech. For now, just Roach Hydra. Lurker Den has been thrown down. There's a hive. So Locust Wave does land. Shouldn't get the expansion, but does get a pylon. The expansion still gets very low. Jesus, oh my god, it's crazy. Once again, just looking to pull a Stray apart. Nice work completes. Roaches, they get a kill! No, that's a kill, not a cancel. 400 minerals down the drain. I do believe some of the Swarmhosts were caught out. That was one Swarmhost falling. Shin catching an Immortal, gets one. Oh, and he will barely get another. Not the most efficient trade out of Shin, but Shin, he has the economic advantage. He can afford it. He can afford some worse trades. That is a lot of High Templar. That is how many? 14! 14 High Templar for Estrella. Oh, one High Templar gets sniped. Nice control there by Shin. But each High Templar soon to have one Storm. And this is it. It's going to be an all-in for Stray. I mean, this army is quite threatening, but there's no support. The reality is, as we saw previously, like the roaches, if they can dip in, if they can target fire the High Templar one after another, like, it's a very expensive army. There's lurkers ready. Oh my god. Lurker range is done. There's 13 lurkers in position. Stray cannot push into that. Not with this kind of army. I mean, Immortals do well, but not on their own. Not just with High Templar. Say that lurkers are late to respond. Estrella pushing in. Estrella does have a comparable armor. Estrella Key can still take this game. He's just all in. Like, he has to end the game with this move out, with this push, here and now. If he can catch some of the lurkers out of position on their own, if he can catch the army fragmented, they can make this work. Across the map, Natural goes down, probes as well. How many immortals? 8. 8 immortals. And 13 High Templar. Storms do connect! Massive Storm of the Hydras! Oh my god. The Hydras melt, but the Hydras aren't the problem, it's the lurkers. Hatchery goes down. Estrella lost 1 High Templar, he's down to 12. He lost 1 High Templar and 1 Immortal. And honestly, Shin just has to keep building on more lurkers. Meanwhile, Nidus into the main. Nidus does finish lurkers, they get across the map. Not like this. At the same time, lurkers are not quite in position. Yeah, Stray can force his way up the ramp. Does get some storms up. Yeah, good storms on the Hydras. But the lurkers, they do borrow. Stray still unable to break through. And again, the longer this goes on, the better it is for Shin. As the mothership has arrived. Does cloak, saving the buildings. At least trying to... Oh my god, High Templar, they do recall back home and they will storm everything. Now Shin has been burning through a lot of gas. I mean, this is a very gas-intensive army. Again, the army supplies are still neck and neck. And there's still 11 High Templar. Estrella taking another expansion. So is Shin. Estrella's moving out. How many lurkers? Only 10. Okay. Now 13. Lurker count getting higher. Lurker's still morphing in. Estrella splitting up his army. Bold move. Going for a split push. Could work out. But again, yeah, Stray, he was hoping there weren't lurkers here. He was hoping that Shin had diverted his attention. Hoping that Shin was out of position. Alas, not the case. Nice spread out of Shin. Let's avoid some of those storms. Only being out a handful of Lings and Hydras. Shin making 5 more lurkers. Forcing a recall with the Nidus Worm. Fun fact is, there's a handful of lurkers in the Nidus. Oh my god. The High Templar had 1 more volley. I almost think it was a mistake to unburrow there. If there was 1 more volley going off, then almost every High Templar would have gone down. They're all so low. That was 1 lurker volley, by the way. Jesus. Uno más, papi, uno más. Speaking of, lurker shots going up. And 20 lurkers. Up against 16 High Templar. Nidus Worms are denied. Estrella going for another split push. Oh! One that tempo goes down. And Shin just trying to leapfrog forward and baiting out storms. Same time, we do see Estrella pushing in. Estrella catching up in army supply. Leading out an Archon. Not really getting ground across the map. And the base is going to be forfeit. At the same time, nice split here. Estrella, he will shut down these lurkers. Okay. Estrella gaining ground. Takes down the base, takes down the expansion. Lurkers are falling. A very efficient fight here from Estrella. At the same time, Slow Zone will save the mothership. Oh my god. Storms are brutal. Estrella, he is in this. The worker counts are neck and neck. Massive storm on the army. Estrella pushing in, going for another expansion. Shin is in trouble. He has to race back home. Shin, he turns back around. Doesn't really have much to work with. And Estrella recalls. He kills 2 expansions, gets 7 drones. Shin still has mining, Estrella less so. But Estrella has the better army. Again, Estrella with the Immortal Storm has been achieving a lot with a little. Like, Estrella's been all in for like 10 minutes off of like half a base economy. Against Shin, who was on 2 bases, 2.5. And again, it just goes to show how like how efficient this army can be. But it does require a lot of delicate micro. We have to be so careful with the high tempo. They're so fragile. Viper's coming in. Go for the yoinks. Up! Yoinks the oracles and does get one of them. We can see Estrella setting up for a surround. Uh-oh. Or even a flank. Shin does spot this. Estrella taking another expansion. So is Shin. Soon to be 2 base versus 2 base. Yoinks coming in. Gets the Immortals. But they do survive. I mean, again, they are immortal. That was 3 Yoinks to get 1 Immortal. Viper's gathering up more energy. Catching an Immortal. I mean, the abductions are a nice, like, they're going to be a deciding factor here for Shin. Like, he is gaining value over time. Getting, like, 1 or 2 Immortals here and there. Oh my god, meanwhile, we're getting into Tempest production. Estrella. Tempests are on the way. Shin is likewise getting into Corruptors, into Broodlords as well. A handful of Broodlords. It's still quite tense. Shin does get eyes on the expansion. Still slowly pushing forward. And Carrier has arrived. Tempest is revealed. Shin is now aware. Oh! Getting an observer. Whatever he can get his hands on. And both players are about to max out. I do favor Estrella in a maxed out situation just because Shin doesn't really have a bank to work with. Like, ideally, the Zerg player wants to have the greater economy because they have a more, I should say, replaceable army. But that isn't necessarily the case here. Oh! Feedback's going off. The Vipers survive. Straight thinking about a counterattack. Another expansion on the way. Oh, Shin cannot allow this to happen. Another base. Nice one just complete, but Stray, his economy is looking quite healthy, and yet both armies are maxed. More starports on the way, +2 air attack as well. Stray taking a third. And yeah, Shin, he knows he cannot let that get up and running. That would be game. So Shin, he rotates. Observer does confirm. High Templar are there to respond. But it looks like Stray just doesn't have enough. Spine shot's going up. Does catch two of those lurkers. Nice storm. And the expansion is going to be able to... Does it survive? Oh my god. The expansion falls, but so many Hydras go down as well. That was 4 lurker kills. That wasn't a free trade for Shin. It's 4 lurkers. That was a good chunk of Hydras. Oh, Yoinks are coming in. Getting a Tempest. Getting 2. 2 Tempests go down. Tempest wreaking havoc. And getting 2 more spores. Yoinks are coming in. Oh! The counter feedbacks. Abduction does lead to 1 Tempest kill, but there's 1 Viper left. There were 3, down to 1. 1 Viper remaining. Tempest gaining ground. Shin going for a Ling, a Hydra counterattack. I mean, he has potential to catch out this army, but there are more Zealots coming. Oh, my apologies. The probes are going to be walking to their deaths. No. Yeah, workers getting called out. It's going to be 13 probe kills. But at least Astray is now aware and does reinforce with more Zealots. Lands a fungal. Big feedbacks. Oh my god, feedbacks on everything. That was a bit of a blundered push. I mean, that means that these infestors are dead supply. They have to regenerate energy. Again, this kind of terrain is brutal here for Shin. The Tempest count, it's getting out of hand. It's getting out of control, and I don't see Shin holding on to this expansion. And I think it's a bit of a mistake to try to hold on to it. Like, he's been bleeding out so many units. Yeah, Shin has no bank. The base is going to go down. And it's straight, he can take this base himself. Shin trying to go for a counterattack instead, but there are storms ready. Cannons as well. The boys going to be walking into their deaths. Shin is going to try to fight within cannon range, but yeah, the storms are brutal. Can he take down the High Templar? Oh god, the storms! Yeah, storms are going up, the lurkers go down, immortals pop off. And Astray defends. Astray defends, Astray attacks. And despite the dire straits that Astray was in earlier, he was able to bring it back. We mentioned before that even though Astray, he was down 30, 40, 50 army supply, Immortal High Templar just has so much potential as an army early on. And many of those Immortals and High Templar from 15 minutes ago, they're still alive. They're still there. They're still standing strong. And Shin, he's being outpaced. Shin, he's on 1 base economy, half a base and half a base. So Shin is stuck on 1 base, Astray is on 2, or 1.5, and Astray can take more bases. Astray is free to expand, and yeah, he's setting up. Setting up for another expansion. Astray also has the more efficient army, he's got Tempest, and still all those High Templar. Now, Shin has one big fight in it. True. Like, there is a world. If Estrella overextends, if Estrella pushes up this ramp onto creep, then we can pop off with Neurals. We can... Do we have any abductions? No. No Vipers. So, these are the only spellcasters, just 4 Infestors. And Neural is actually not researched, so never mind. They can Fungal. That's really all they can do. So they can try to lock down the army. But outside of that, I still do favor the composition of Estrella. Without Vipers, without Lurkers. I should say Lurker to support the Broodlord Corruptor. Or a Spore Forest, which also was cleaned up. And Shinny's pushing in. I mean, it's oh no! The stasis goes off. Now, I do believe that Shin can win the battle in the sky. Like, Shin, he's got a lot of Corruptors. He's up to how many? 26 Corruptors. I'm just worried that there just won't be enough to deal with everything else on the ground as well. On top of that, I mean, the storms are going to be brutal. It's not a sure thing that Shin would even win the battle in the sky either. If it wasn't for the storm, then maybe, but that's still a lot of High Templar. That's 12. I think we went up to 16 High Templar earlier, so it's not quite that high, but still quite high. It's still enough. 12 High Templar, each with at least 1 storm. Now, at least Shin was able to spread creep, and he was able to deny the expansion. Stray expanding elsewhere. Shin going for the surround, gets 2 High Templar. Okay, down to 10. This is kind of what Shin was hoping for, catching out a portion of the army by itself. So a strong moment here for Shin. Going for the expansion, Estrella backs off. Expansion under fire. Northern Nexus as well. So this is best case scenario for Shin. Oh my god, at the same time Zealots they get into the main, they're gonna get everything. Shin gonna try and respond. Broodlord goes down. Infestors as well. Yeah, zero Infestors remaining. Lurkers do race back, Hydras as well. And Shinny's falling behind in supply. He's gonna have to try to engage. Oh god, god. He's being bullied back. It does force out all the storms. And here we go, he's going for the Tempest. And he will bring down a handful of them. Yeah, most of the Tempests do fall, but the storms are brutal. Corruptors, they melt. And Estrella takes the fight. Estrella does take it. He kites back, cleans up every single Corruptor. Now the Broodlords are exposed. GG gets called, and Estrella will take the series 2-1 and will advance on to the semi-finals. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Estrella snowballing out control. Again, Shin had a very strong start. If you remember, he was able to deny the expansion, able to shut Estrella down, and again, cripple his economy. Remember, Estrella even lost his natural. Estrella was like on 1.5 bases at one point, but he had Immortal High Templar. You know, he had a very, very cost-efficient army. Didn't have a lot of it, but had enough to threaten his opponent, to maintain himself, and to slowly over time claw his way back in and recover. GG, well played. Very impressive, very patient play out of Estrella. Again, it's kind of what he's known for in a sense, especially in the NA region. We've seen a lot of late game from Estrella against Neeb in PvP and against Scarlet in PvZ as well. Estrella has some of the best late game out there. And yeah, if he can slow the game down, can pop off. Can, and did. GG. GG, well played. Whew. Again, it was on a knife's edge for so long. It was just such a tense kind of game state on a knife's edge, and Yeah, over time, Australia was just out trading Shin. Australia was able to get his bases back up and running, back up and mining. Shin was just over time outscaled as well and unable to defend his fringe bases. Congratulations. And with that, we have our semifinals. Australia does advance on into the next round to face off against Björn in the semis. I also believe that was the final Zerg player. So my heart does go out to Shin. He was the Zerg representative. I was hoping we could get a Zerg player in the semis, and it was close. It was very close between Shin and Estrella, but in the end, only Terran and Protoss remain. It is going to be a TVP between Estrella and Björn. Let's go. Let us go. We go. And we are just setting things up here for that semifinals. Meanwhile, exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the back yourselves. We have some updates, some unfortunate updates in a sense. Let's scroll on up. We have a walkover in the quarterfinals. MaxPax took down Rebellion 2-0, and I was looking forward to seeing Patty Mac against MaxPax, but it looks like there was a walkover. It looks like Patty Mac was otherwise unavailable. I know it's getting quite late in the Americas, and MaxPax does advance on into the semifinals, does get the walkover, and now MaxPax is facing off against Geralt in a PvP. It's going to be that PvP. Geralt, he took down Zaun 2-0. Again, very impressive stuff. Shout out to Zaun for making it to the quarterfinals, but does fall to Geralt in the end. Now we have the upper semifinals currently underway. I believe it's being covered by some of the other casters, and we have our own semis. So we're nearing the end of the broadcast. We're nearing the end of the tournament. We're here in the semis. We're going to be covering Australia versus Björn, followed by the finals. If we're lucky, and if this series is faster, we can maybe catch the tail end of MaxPax and Geralt, but I'm pretty sure they already started, so I don't think we have the luxury of casting both semis. Don't think that's going to happen. So we'll at least focus on our one, on the TVP. Here we go. What did I see? Let's go. Here we go. We are assembling the fist. But looks like we have our videos done, and we are jumping in. Here we go. This is asking, what is ga papi ga? It's a war cry, papi. It's a Latin American meme. It is a Latin American meme. It's a little bit old. It's from last year, but it is more of a Latin American meme. Don't you worry, papi. Don't you worry. Oh, but here we go. Looks like the videos are done, and if you're in the chat, predictions will soon be open. It will soon be open. It's how you express yourself, papi. You have to let it out. And when jumping in, videos are done. Game 1 is going to be on post-youth. I saw Neo Shaggy in the chat earlier. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Neo understands. Neo. And here we go. We're getting into our next game and into our next series, and spawning in the top right-hand corner of a post-youth, we have the South Korean Terran player, the blue Terran representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Björn. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the American Protoss player, the red Protoss. He just took down Shin 2-1. He had a very, very intense ZVP or PVZ. And now can he bring it home against his next opponent? It is Australia. Okay, so we do have a Protoss confirmed for the finals. It's going to be either Max, Fax, or Geralt. And is it going to be a PvP finals or a PvT finals? That is what we are here to find out. And if you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck. Best of luck in the chat. Good luck. Where are the predictions? I don't know what to do with myself. I need to feed my addiction. I got you, Pappy. I got you. The camera's going, Pappy. The camera's going. It's all good. Australia, back at home, going for a gate expand. Standard opener. Standard opener. I mean, I say standard. It was a little bit greedier here. Usually you do delay the expansion for the faster cyber core. So Australia cutting some corners. Meanwhile, back at home, Beyond going for the Rax expand as well. Now, loading into Post-Youth is exciting. I believe this is the first time we're loading in for the entire day. Usually Post-Youth is vetoed. Usually it is avoided. Not here, though. Not in Game 1. So I'm curious. Curious to see how Beyond and Australia will approach this. Beyond, who has been known recently for really embracing 3cc 3 racks quite often. And we'll see if he does it at some point. I'm sure he will at some point in this series. But what about Game 1? What about game number 1? Here we go. But yeah, when it comes to our point redemptions, we don't really have any like alerts set up, especially because we only cast, or we mainly predominantly cast on this channel. We don't want to take away from the cast with like, you know, like flashing lights or like sound alerts or anything like that. Like we have our trumpet, we have our fanfare, of course, but that's as far as we go. And I guess like raid alerts. But we don't want to take away. And we just spoke about 3cc 3 racks from Björn, how he loves it. There it is, 3cc 3 racks. There you go. So we knew that we would see this at least once in this series, but we are going to see it at least as well in Game 1. So a very greedy build here by Björn. Very greedy, very bio-heavy. What does this lead into? This leads into a stim timing, leads into a third Rax alongside stim, alongside mass marine. But this is going to be a bit of a later sim timing because before the third Rax, I mean, there's already a third base almost done. So a very greedy, very economic variation. We'll see if Australia can punish this. Reaper does dip in, and I believe the Reaper did scout the Twilight Council. So Björn is aware to prioritize Marauder production. Australia back at home, getting to 2-gate blink. So far, just 2 gateways, and that tells us that Australia most likely is going to be expanding and taking a third. Now, against Horn Mono, Australia was going for 3-gate blink quite often, but against Beyond, I'm less certain that he's going to embrace that. We'll see. Horn Mono is known for his aggression, more so than more so than Beyond. You can see Australia trying to get a bit extra scouting information, but he doesn't see much. For all Australia knows, this could just be a 3 racks. There could be no third CC alongside it. Australia setting up for the expansion. Yeah. So it's going to be 2-gate blink into a third. So economic build here by Australia, which means Beyond is not going to be punished. Beyond will get away with this. And Stim is almost halfway done. Now, specifically what this build really does for the Terran, it isn't about necessarily their bio move outs, because their bio move out is a little bit later. It's about the third base. Very fast third base is going to get up and running, and Björn can take a supply lead and snowball out of control in the mid game. As long as he isn't too cavalier with his army, as long as he doesn't throw away too much, he can gain a lot of momentum. Back at home, Australia getting to his own Robo, to his own Bay, and to his own Colossus production. Charge on the way as well. Australia settling in. Oh! Beyond, he wants the Observer, doesn't quite get it. Will get away. Float away. Straight into the main army. Oh. And Beyond will establish his third. Third base has been placed. Likewise, Estrella getting ready for drop play, throwing down spotted pylons. But Bjorn, for the most part, is going to be committed to the main push. It does move out right down mid. Combat Shield's just now finishing. Bjorn has to be very careful with how and when he stims. He hasn't stimmed yet. Doesn't want to waste it. And again, Bjorn just gaining map control. Like, there's no reason to move that too early on. He still has to get his third base up and running and wait for it to kick in. Getting up to 5 Raxes. Getting into triple Marauder production. And Estrella's going to be able to get into his own Colossi, I believe, working on his second Colossus, soon to be a third. But the main point of contention, I believe, is going to be the gold base. Can Estrella hold on to that gold, as Bjorn will soon be the aggressor? No. And Bjorn, he goes to the stim! He wants a Colossus! He wants it! Gets a Sentry, gets the Stalkers! And Bjorn is overwhelming. Estrella getting caught out in the open. Not like this! Colossus, they will be able to get away. There's a second stim. And Bjorn barely does not get the Colossi. Whew. Estrella holds. Estrella does hold. That could have been game. That could have been game then and there. If Bjorn had a little bit more, or if he did avoid the force fields and was able to stim on forward a little bit better. If the force fields weren't as good, then the Colossus would have gone down. So that wasn't a bad fight for Estrella. He may have lost all of his Stalkers and Sentries, but he maintains a Colossus. Takes out a good chunk of Marines and Marauders. Bjorn still maintains that supply lead, is still building up and getting ready for a second move out. But this time there's going to be, I believe, 3 Colossus. No, still only 2. Second Robo's on the way. Defending with only 2 Colossus. Bold move. So it goes down. Bjorn going for the drop. Stray is trying to keep up with the rotation. Again, he's got spotter units towards the left-hand side. So far, so good. So far, Stray is keeping up. And even setting up a select counterattack. Bjorn getting a 4th CC. Likewise, Estrella getting a 5th expansion. He did hold on to that gold. We spoke about it earlier, whether or not he could hold on to it. And so far, he has. So even though Bjorn had the stronger economic start, Estrella now running away with the gold and getting another expansion. Estrella, he's keeping up. He is keeping up. Second Robo has completed. Can soon work towards disruptors. For the time being, just going for immortal production. Just supporting his army. Likewise, Bjorn getting his own 4th. Getting it operational. I'm a little bit surprised that Estrella has not begun disruptors yet. Is relying on a heavy Zealot composition instead. There we go, first disruptors on the way. Still on the way though. Straight does threaten the dive. Dancing with the main army, shaving up some Zealots, headed towards the would-be Planetary. Planetary is done. Oh, Stray, he blinks in. Might just be punished for it. EMPs do connect. Yeah, the Vikings your hand. They shut down the Colossi. Colossi go down, and this is not the fight that Estrella was hoping for. Thankfully, does reinforce. Does have enough Zealots. And will hold his own. Bjorn being forced back. Disruptor is on the way. Now, I'm a little bit concerned that Estrella's going back to Colossus, considering the Vikings survived. Like, Bjorn still has 8 Vikings in the sky. And Estrella just made the singular disruptor. There it goes off, zones away. Oof. Once again, EPs, they do cover the Stalkers. And Beyond can kite well against this. I say that he is running out of Marauders. There's what, only 3 Marauders left in the army. Reinforcements are on the way. Colossus have arrived. 1 Viking goes down. Nice pickoff. Down to 7 Vikings. Liberator production has begun. Scan reveals the Colossus. Straight taking another expansion, getting a stick. 6 faith on the way. Straight rotating, Beyond does spot it. There the zones. The Nova looks like it will not connect. The other will though. It does crash in, Colossus goes down, but the ground army is struggling. Like, these Immortals, because we went so Immortal heavy, they're actually trading very nicely against the Marauders. The Marauder count that usually builds up, it's not really that threatening. It's not as high as it usually is. Okay, more disruptors on the way. Stargate as well. Astray is thinking about Skytos. Thinking about it. But now freedom has arrived. Oof, oh my god. Nova's fan out. One of them does connect. At the same time, Zella on the right hand side. SCVs are falling. Beyond out of position. The Vikings, sorry, the Liberators are exposed. He gets all 4. The Liberators go down. Beyond getting pulled apart. Here comes another wave of Liberators. And there's still too much freedom. Beyond holds. At the same time, Zelda is still wreaking havoc. Getting 6 SCVs. Straight poking back in, but doesn't quite commit. Stargate's done. Fleet beacons on the way. Astray again, he's thinking of Tempest. That is going to be the answer to siege units like the Liberator. Nice hold position micro in the mineral line. Ooh, 12 SCVs go down. Trying to hold his own. He's out of lib. Still on 4 Liberators. One just was rebuilt. Now, the most important thing here as well is that because of how aggressive Astray has been left alone. Like, the goal base wasn't touched, the 5th base, the 6th base, the 7th expansion as well. Like, Beyond has been stuck at home and hasn't really been able to apply any pressure. Nice Novas. Oh, sorry, nice EMPs. Novas zone away. Beyond now taking the goal base. Now the pressure is going to be on Estrella to make sure this does not get up and running. Estrella does spot this. Beyond finally moving out. Estrella is aware. Takes down the Vikings. Planetary not yet done. Zealous, they won't trade amazingly here due to the choke point. They take down some Marauders. Planetary will complete. This is a big moment here for Beyond. Taking the gold. And now finally, with the help of these Liberators, Beyond has map control. He does break free, does move out. Sell it around by into the natural, or into the 3rd. Beyond is forced to respond. Has to stand back. And we do see Astray even denying +3 ship weapons. Tempests have arrived. Up. Vikings, they take one of the Tempests down. Meanwhile, Zelsa did shut down the Ghost Academy. More Vikings falling. Going blow for blow, but Bjorn is maxed out and Bjorn is going for a split push. And Estrella just doesn't have the supply. He doesn't have the numbers to defend. Will force back the main army, but here comes the flank, going for the expansion. And massive EMPs, no recall. The 7th base falls. Stray is going to have to respond, is going to have to rotate. Oh my god, Bjorn getting a disruptor. Oh my, the friendly fire! Yeah, Stray getting pulled apart. He has remaxed, but did lose 2 bases. Lost the gold and the base on the right hand side. Losing another disruptor. And these are expensive losses for Estrella. Liberator coming in from behind, flanking the army. Estrella getting caught out, more disruptors falling. And it's just going from bad to worse. Estrella getting caught with his pants down. Ah, not like this. Zealots are trickling in. Massive flanking storm. Oh my god, the storms. Okay. And despite that, still losing too many Tempest. And reinforcements, they still overwhelmed. Despite the flanking storms, it's still too much. As Bjarni gets another Archon. Pulls away, is forced back. Both players are battered and bruised. But Bjarni has the gold. Bjarni's got a fresh mining base. He can maintain himself. Stray, he was doing so well for himself this game. Was looking quite impressive. But it has kind of slipped through his fingers. Game has gotten out of hand. And it looks like Bjorn has finally kind of broken the back of Estrella. If Estrella can land some of these storms, then maybe, but the EMPs, they connect. There's one, oh, never mind, another massive EMP. The storms are denied. More High Templar coming in, more EMPs land. There's one storm, but just one. And Bjorn, he's broken the base, he's broken the expansion, and he's broken Estrella. More Zealots, they do reinforce. Bjorn is waiting for his own reinforcements as well. Just still rallying in. He gets a Nexus. Oh! Storm does zone. But now Stray split off from his most important mining base. It is now isolated. Bjorn getting another Tempest. Good. How many ghosts does Bjorn have? 16 ghosts! He's like a Stray in the last game with High Templar. Just going mass ghosts essentially. EMPs at blanket everything. GG gets called and Bjorn will take game number 1. GG. Does take the first game, but a big shout out to Estrella because, again, Estrella, I was kind of favoring him for the most part. When he was containing Bjorn on 4 bases, when he was going for Zealot run-bys, Zealot counterattacks, but you could definitely see that the momentum did shift and did kind of change in favor of Bjorn when Liberators arrived. Not the first 4, but the second wave of Liberators. That was the moment that Bjorn was able to finally secure himself, finally able to break out and break free from his contain, and then counterattack and start laying siege upon the gold. And once Bjorn gained map control, Estrella, he was never able to regain it back from Bjorn. Was never able to retake control and was forced to respond and eventually was pulled apart. GG. GG, well played. With that, Bjorn takes the lead. Meanwhile, we have an update. It looks like we have Max Pax. Max Pax takes down Geralt 2-1. And Max Pax is waiting in the grand finals for the winner of the series. So we have everything lined up. We have the semis into Max Pax in the grand finals. And I believe that is the first, this is Max Pax's debut in the Ursasaurus Cup, so it is his first time making it to the finals. Can he walk that royal road? Or will he be denied? Still here to find out his next opponent. Don't forget to stretch. Don't forget to stretch. And hydrate. Drink plenty of water. Just getting ready for our second game. Going to be loading into Site Delta. Let's go. Coast King. True, true. Coast King Prime. So getting into that second game. Also, buenas noches. Good evening. Ursasaurus. Good to see you, Papi. Good to see you. It's been a while. It's been a while. When are we seeing you in the bracket? That's the real question. When are we seeing Ursasaurus in the tournament? As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Site Delta, we have our Terran player. We have our South Korean Terran representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Beyond. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the American Protoss player, the Red Protoss representing Virtus Pro. It is Estrella. No promises about playing in the bracket. Ah, smooch. Good to see you, though. Good to see you. Those who don't know, Ursasaurus, he was a more active player a couple of years ago. Was a much more active player. Nowadays, I believe, still streams. I believe. Did see you streaming a couple of days ago. Still active on Twitch. Good to see you. As we're settling in. And I'm sure we'll see him next week in Ursasaurus Cup. I'm sure. Isn't that right? Aye, aye, aye. So now we're settling in. Is going to be our Gate Cyber Expand, as opposed to the previous game where Estrella was cutting some corners and being a little bit greedier early on, going for the Gate Expand instead. This time going for the Cyber Core before Nexus. Likewise across the map, Beyond opening up with a single Gas Geyser, going for the CC on the low ground. So economic opener by Beyond. Just like the previous game. Just like game number one. I mean, again, Site Delta is a larger map. Not just that, but on top of that, the natural base is more defendable. There is a ramp coming into the natural. So more economic openers are seen more frequently on Site Delta. On top of that, we do see Beyond scouting, checking the third base location for any kind of proxy. Do have a second racks behind this, and I imagine Beyond for the second game in a row is going to be going 3CC, 3 racks. Oh, never mind. My apologies. It is a more standard 3 racks instead. Let's go. So last game, Beyond went for something more economic. This time he's going for something more aggressive here. This time it's going to be a much earlier, much more crisp stim timing from Beyond. And if Estrella doesn't read this well enough, if Estrella assumes it is 3CC again, then he could be caught with his pants down. So the pressure is on Estrella for now, delaying the CC, being as annoying as possible. Adept has arrived. So far, Beyond kiting well with his Marines. Oh, he wants the Adept. He wants it. Won't quite get it. Back at home, Twilight Council opener out of Estrella. Thankfully, no Stargate. With this working towards Blink, but the question becomes, how many gateways? Is it going to be 2-gate Blink into a third, or 3-gate Blink? How safe is Estrella going to be? Adepts, they do come into the shade. They get 1 Marine, they're going to get a second. Shading out 2 Marines for an Adept and a Zealot. Another Marine goes down. And it looks like Beyond is barely going to take the fight. He does force a shade away. Beyond will defend his natural even without a bunker. Impressive. An impressive micro, impressive control there from Beyond. Ooh, Adept does shade in. Big moment here for Estrella. He scouts, he confirms, he does get eyes on the 3 ranks. He knows what's going on. And with that, we should be seeing shield batteries here at the natural. Sentries for force fields, extra stalkers, extra warp-ins, and a more active stalker army to slow down the move out, to slow down the army in the center of the map. Speaking of, stalkers already at the natural, getting 2 SCVs, and even getting a 3rd. Not bad. So again, ideally, once you realize what's going on, once you're aware of the 3 racks, you do want to try to slow it down, ideally even force out a stim. Beyond responds with a 3rd CC on location. He's crazy. I like this though. So Bjorn knows he got scattered, so he knows that most likely Astray is taking defensive precautions. So you can see him, I should say patrolling with his stalkers. And the last thing Estrella expects is a CC here at the third base. I mean, if Estrella knew, he could deny it, he could cancel. But Estrella doesn't. Estrella is in the dark. And he's going to be kept busy by the Bio Army. With the Bio Army. Estrella, he has to slow this down. Chipping away at the Marines, chipping away at the Marauders. And Bjorn, he's fine with this. He's fine just taking his time. Oh, catching out a Stalker. Blink isn't done. Just now finishing. One Stalker goes down. Nice pick off here out of Bjorn. Almost getting another. Bjorn moving out, making use of the terrain, the high ground, the tall grass. Estrella now expands. But Estrella did open up with a Robo and a Bay before expansion. So a very safe build here by Estrella. Now what does this mean? I mean, in the long run here, it means the third base is delayed, and the economy likewise delayed as well for Estrella. So Bjorn will have the faster third. A much faster third base. It's going to get up and running, and again, Estrella has no idea. He still doesn't know. Estrella's still in the dark. Again, going for his early Colossus. Into Extend Thermal Lance. And as a result, Bjorn can take a supply lead in the mid-game once all the production kicks in. Getting towards 5 Raxes. Stim, Combat Shields, Concussive Shell. Building up his bio. Now Estrella should confirm... oh, never mind. I mean, he sees the SCV. So Estrella, he is now aware. With the Observer. And he's kiting well. Gets a Marauder, gets a handful of Marines. Very nice control here from Estrella. Takes out one Marauder and a good amount of Marines. Estrella just now getting his own base saturated. Bjorn's already there. And he wants the Observer, does find it. Up! Up! Does it escape? Oh, barely not. Observer is hunted down. And now Bjorn can move out. I'm loving the Colossus position here on the high grounds. Very nice force field as well. Cheeky moves by Estrella. Picks away at the Marines. Bjorn going for a double drop. Alas, the probe will spot this. Estrella does confirm. Likewise, double drop towards the left. Likewise, Estrella also gets eyes on that as well. So nice map vision here by Estrella. But knowing is half the battle. Can he defend? Can he keep up? Estrella taking a fourth. Splits up his Colossi. So far, so good. Oh, going for the Medivacs. Gets one. One Medivac goes down. Oh. Forces out a stim. Estrella playing this out well. Marine Scout does get eyes on the fourth base. Here we go. Bjorn is about to move out. He's waiting for his first wave of ghosts. Ghosts have arrived. EMPs are available. And now Bjorn is pushing. Again, he scouted the fourth earlier. And that's his goal. To knock that fourth down. There are 3 Colossi, and Estrella's in position, has the high ground. EMP doesn't quite connect. Nice force fields. Does slow down the push, doesn't quite catch anything. Estrella will retreat. He's now out of force fields, bear that in mind. And Bjorn instead going for a split push. Oh. And this base is exposed. Estrella, the entirety of his attention is here at the fourth base, not at the third. And Bjorn, he's diving in, gets the EMP, denies the recall, and the expansion, it's gonna go down. And in a matter of seconds, the expansion does fall. Massive pickup. Medivacs will escape. At the same time, Bjorn pushing in, and we're out of position, no! Estrella pulled left, pulled to the right, and with that, 2 bases gonna be falling. Does he get it? Oh, not quite. Estrella does get her in time, does save the expansion, but did already lose the third. Ay, ay, ay. Again, Estrella was doing such a good job keeping up earlier, but eventually Beyond found an opening. Estrella double expanding, desperately trying to get one of these bases up and running. Behind this, second Robo's on the way, double disruptor production. I mean, Estrella's still in this, can still take a fight as well, especially with disruptors. But because he has lost these bases, that does mean that Beyond is going to be able to get ahead in the supply, get ahead in the army, and with that, with a larger army being able to pull Estrella apart once again. We'll see if he can. Beyond moving out. Is spotted by the Observer. Beyond also spots the Observer, brings it down. You can see Estrella being that much more attentive about spreading his units. Protecting the expansion. Oh, never goes off. Very big connection. The concave in favor of Estrella. Beyond has to back up. He respects it. So we're making 5 SCVs, lays the expansion. Not bad. Estrella does have the southern base up and running. Beyond is unaware. Unaware about the double expand, but once again he's going for that northern nexus. If it goes down, it's not as impactful as Estrella has another base. And it looks like the nexus is going to fall. The army stims in, takes down the nexus. Oh, never goes off. Will connect, takes down a ghost. Good connection here by Estrella. And Beyond, he's on the hunt, he stims in, takes down the disruptors. 2 more coming in, gets a Colossus. And not the best Nova. But alas, we have plenty of Zealot reinforcements. Estrella, he collapses in, he can take the fight. And Beyond has overextended. And Estrella takes the supply lead, catches out reinforcements. The Marauders, the Ghost. Does that position Beyond. Beyond, he's on the retreat. He's in trouble. And I feel like Estrella has to keep going. Estrella, he's maxed out. Send it back. Send it. Never goes off. Ooh, massive connection. Takes down the Marauders. And it looks like Estrella just has too much. Nice hold position micro. Chasing down what little is left. The Vikings fall, Colossus still alive. Planetary is not done, boys are being pulled. And Estrella's looking to force that ace match. Oh my god, again, double expanding was worth it. Beyond had no idea about that southern base. Estrella was able to build back up. And with that, shuts down what little is left. Zealots are still wreaking havoc in the main base. GG gets called, and Estrella ties it up. We are going to game 3. Ooh, GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. A very tense game state. Initially, Beyond was popping off. Initially, Beyond, he was knocking down bases, knocking down expansions, pulling Estrella apart. And again, it was a risky maneuver for Estrella to double expand the way that he did, but he got away with it. He got away with it, got his bases up and running, was able to maintain himself, and Beyond was caught out a little bit there when he tried to push up that ramp. It was his turn to be caught out in the open. And with that, GG. GG, well played. Beyond just getting a little bit too excited there after sniping the expansion. And with that, it all ends here. It all ends in game 3 on Alkione. Let's go. Let us go. We go into the ace match. Honestly, there's a world out there where Estrella 2-0'd, right? Like, game 1 was also still very close as well. Game 1 was in favor of Estrella for a while. We'll see if he can bring it back. We'll see if he can cause the upset. Or if Beyond makes it to the finals. We'll see. Shall see. letting in. You can hear the beeps. Of course, Max still patiently waiting in those finals. Waiting for his Terranor Protoss opponents. And here we go, spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Alkion, and we have our South Korean Terran player being forced into the ace match. He is the favorite player, but can he bring it back and bring it home and make it to the grand finals? It is Byun for Shopify. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the American Protoss player, the red Protoss, the best player in all of the Americas. It is Estrella for Virtus Pro. Oh, we're proxying. I don't just see one SCV. I see a second SCV as well after an intense game 1 and game 2. And again, I mentioned before that I do think that Estrella could have even 2-0'd. Do think that he could have even taken game 1. Byun, he's had enough of the mid game. He's had enough of the late game. He wants to end the game early, going 2 racks. Reaper. Let's go. I'm assuming Reaper. There's only one gas being taken back at home. We'll see if Byun does spice things up even further. See what direction he does take. If he goes something crazy like a tech lab into Marauder production, I believe if that was the case, we usually would take a second gas geyser. Regardless, Byun is committed. You have Estrella setting up, standard opener, gate, cyber expand. Going for initially a safety zealot. Rallied across the map to harass the natural base that isn't there, and it is in fact going to be proxy Marauder. Tech labs are on the way. Byun is going for the Marauders, and if he gets scouted, he can be shut down. If not, he can pop off. There we go. Double proxy, double tech labs, double the Marauder. Zelda's moving out. Estrella, no probe scout. Oh, that is concerning. Usually we would see a probe scout, but Estrella's cutting corners. Instead, he's going for, I guess, a zealot scout with the zealot harass. That is going to be far later. That means the likelihood of there being a safety shield battery here is quite low. If there was a probe scout, and if Estrella confirmed that there was something missing, then he'd be taking a safer approach. But Estrella's in the dark. Estrella is in the dark. Marauders are building up. And it takes that much longer to realize that he's in danger. Adept is moving out as well. Again, and no shield battery. No defenses whatsoever. Twilight Council, no second gate. Oh no. And now Estrella realizes he sees the lack of anything back at home. And here come the Marauders. Yeah, they're going straight for the pylon. Pylon's going to be shut down. Bunker's on the way. And Estrella can't really do anything. Now the question becomes... Yeah, there it is. GG. Can't really do anything. It is a bit of a build order loss, and Byun will take the series 2-1. A little bit anticlimactic, but Estrella did skip the scout. He was caught with his pants down completely, and Byun will make it to the grand finals. GG. Not the conclusion that we wanted necessarily, not the way that we wanted the conclusion, I should say. And again, my heart goes out to Estrella. He almost 2-0'd. He was looking so good even in game 1. Alas, the game did slip through his fingers. Here in the ace match, it is unfortunate that Estrella did skip his probe scouts, and likewise did send out his first zealot across the map, his adept as well. He had nothing at home, and that was the game. That was it. GG. GG, well played. With that, we are getting ready for the grand finals. Getting ready for those finals. It is going to be a best of 5 between Byun and MaxPax. Let's go. Now, I'm reminded of the last time we casted these two. I believe it was in ESL Cup Asia, in the Wardy TV Monday Cup number 2. That was last week. That was last week where Byun went up against MaxPax, and they had a very, very chaotic series. Byun, time and time again, what did he go for? He went for 3cc 3 racks, but with the twist, with ninja bases. He went for it on Amphion and on Golden Aura as well. It was wild, it was chaotic, it was nonsense, and it did work. It did work on Golden Aura, didn't quite work on Amphion. It was a little bit more, it's a little bit more commonplace on Amphion, so it was scattered, it was shut down. I'm curious if that was just like a one-time thing, or if Beyond will embrace it again here in this series as well. We'll see. We shall see. Just catching up. Beyond Max X. Oh right, sorry. I actually didn't check the results of the KFC. Hold on. Let me just double check. Because I think I heard that Beyond took it in the end. Just checking Wikipedia. Quickly checking Wikipedia. Meanwhile, a shout out to Bomyoja in the chat. Ga, papi ga, annyeong haseyo, papi. Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great time casting. I was just going over the semifinals, and that's not quite how we wanted the semis to end, but it's fine. It happens, papi. It happens. GG, well played. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great cast. And on top of that, I'm a little bit sad that we weren't able to cast you. I was in your area. I'm trying to cover Ghost User versus Mudkip, and I was hoping I could maybe catch your series versus Estrella. So I hope you had a good time. Hope you had a great time, and maybe next time we'll be able to cast some Bomyoja. Next time, happy next time. Oh, but yeah, I was curious if who had taken down Max in the Kalaris Steadfast Cup, and it looks like it was Clem. Okay, that makes more sense. It was Clem, and now we get to see Max face off against Beyond. They did avoid each other a couple of hours ago in the previous events. Not this time though. Now I have to ask Beyond. No shot! No shot, he's crazy! Okay, for those that are curious, I just asked... Oh my god, I just asked Beyond. I was like, mate, have you slept? Have you slept ever since the last tournament? Beyond said no. He's telling me he's so tired. He's crazy. He's going full degen. He's like Clem. He's like Max. He's crazy. Björn has not, I have confirmation he has not slept since the Kalaris Steadfast Rotterdam Cup. He has been up, what, 24 hours? He was up playing in the Wardy TV event, into KSRS, into this. 3 tournaments in a row. He's crazy. Oh my god. He's an animal. Björn. Björn. Catching up in the chat. Björn even played every single tournament last week. Most of them. He played a show match during STC, but yes. Here we go. It's catching up. But the players are just conducting vetoes. It looks like we just had a coin flip, for those that are curious. Just had a coin flip to determine to determine server setup here for whether it's West Central or Central West. We have confirmation is going to be West Central. There we go. And we are getting into game number 1. Getting all the casters involved. Let's go. Yeah. Bjorn even plays ladder games at dawn. Bjorn, he's crazy. He's a passionate and a bit of a degen as well, but we, you know, we're like-minded. We're oh no. He's one of us, Pappy. He's one of us. Degen. But this is also why Bjorn doesn't play, for those that are curious, this is why he often doesn't play in the KSL, because he's usually asleep. Shaking my head, but here we go. We're jumping into the grand finals and spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Golden Aura. We have the Danish Protoss player, the red Protoss representing Storm Gaming. It is MaxPax. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the South Korean Terran player, the blue Terran representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Bjorn. And you know what time it is. If you're in the chat, it's Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you believe will be the champion this week. Will it be Bjorn or will it be MaxPax? We do have some outside information, of course. We were just notified that Bjorn has not slept. He's been awake like 24 hours playing StarCraft and competing in tournaments. So Bjorn is fatigued. That is true. And meanwhile, MaxPax, like, this is peak gaming hour for MaxPax. Like, like, he just woke up. What are you talking about? MaxPax, he's ready to go. He's used to it, Pappy. He's used to it. MaxPax is on that gamer sleep schedule. And we'll see who this will favor. For now. We do have Bjorn going for an economic opener, going for a Rax expand, a single gas opener out of Bjorn, going for the CC on the low ground. Bjorn is here though, sorry, MaxPax is here to delay, to be as annoying as possible. Let's attempt to delay the expansion, forces out a second SCV. Up! Worker gets very low, and will force out a third SCV. Ay. So forcing out, delaying, waiting for the Marine, I should say. Marine pops out, CC has been placed, and Bjorn can finally expand. Again, just MaxPax being such a nuisance early on. Meanwhile, a shout out to Protostegosaurus in the Gah, Pappy. Gah. Thank you so much. Shout out to Protostegosaurus. Ursa TV did give some subs earlier, but a shout out to Stegosaurus for the 5 gifted subs to the community. Thank you so much for the support. Gracias, Papi. Gracias. Thank you so much for the love, and a shout out to both Stegosaurus and Ursa TV for hosting this event. You may be curious, what is an Ursasaurus? What is the name of this tournament? What even is that? What does it mean? Who does it be? I mean, we have a half of it right here, right now. It is a hairy dinosaur, but is the collaboration between Ursa TV and Stegosaurus as well. With their powers combined as one, they are the Ursasaurus, and they are the main sponsors of this tournament, the main sponsors of the Ursasaurus Cup. So much love, thank you so much. They are very passionate individuals, passionate fans of StarCraft. Thank you. Thank you for all that you do for the community, for the scene, for StarCraft 2. Thank you, Papi. Thank you. As MaxPax did delay the CC, did get the SCV. Did manage to delay. I can't help but try to picture that. Oh no. The hairy dinosaur. Oh no. I mean, in my mind, that's what the Ursasaurus is. I know that you can't see it because it's like in the shadow of the sun, like on the logo. Like it's just dark, so you can't tell, but it's furry. Oh no. Not like this. Otherwise it would just be a Stegosaurus. True. Behind this, I assumed it was going to be a Blink-based opener, so I didn't really bring too much attention to it, but it was Twilight Council, not into Blink. Twilight Council into a Dark Shrine. Very cheeky move here by MaxPax. You may be thinking, DTs, does that really work against Terran? This early on, it definitely can. Scans are available, usually, but this early on, we're muling. Bjorn is muling his heart out, and if he mules at the wrong moments, if he does not have a scan, that's game. That's game then and there. Adepte shade into the main. Ooh, catching more SCVs. Workers are going down. At the same time, Byun is moving out with his own drop. Byun is coming, does catch the Prism. Prism is zoned away. Nice start. Dark Trident about to finish. But the Prism needs to move out to warp in across the map. Back in the natural base. Shield battery is done. Overcharge going to be available. Shield battery is being targeted down. No overcharge. Overcharge is denied. Byun is breaking through. Defensive DT does morph in. There's a scan. DT goes down. And MaxPax is in trouble. And Byun gets a lock on. Takes out a Stalker. Gets one. Gets two. One Stalker left. The juggling. Oh my god. The micro. Byun, he hasn't slept in 24 hours. He takes on every single worker. He's snowballing out of control. The Prism is still not in the main base. Still no DT harass. And GG gets called. Byun takes game number 1. Whew. GG. A very intense game state, very aggressive build out of MaxPax, risking it by going for the Dark Shrine opener, was denied. Byun able to have some incredible control as well, able to juggle those Cyclones, able to avoid those Stalker shots, and able to focus down not just the Stalkers, but the shield battery as well to make sure there was no overcharge. With that, GG. GG, well played. Byun takes the lead. Oh my god. Whew. GG, well played. Still catching up in the chat. Now we're getting into game 2. Let me promise you that you didn't miss anything in the series versus Australia. No. I'm sure you played well, Bomyocha. I'm sure you played well. Ah. 사랑해, 밥. 사랑해. Did Byun sleep between Tenacious Road Tussle and Wardy Monday? That is a good question. He should have. Oh. He should have. That I do not know. I know he's been up at least from the Wardy TV Monday. I know he's been up from at least that. But you raise a good question. And that is one of those questions that I'm afraid to ask. I don't know if I want the answer. Do I want to know that Byun has been up since that early on, since again over 24 hours? I don't know if I want that in my life. Oh no, not like this. We can assume ourselves. It's fine. As spawning in the top right hand corner of Ghost River, we have the red Protoss player from the land of Denmark representing Psystorm Gaming. It is MaxPax. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player, the blue Terran representing Shopify Rebellion. Leading the series 1-0, it is Byun. Here we go. Byun Dursley. Slept. Byun unstoppable. Byun, as is being said, he's becoming one with the game. He has a lot of strength, he has a lot of stamina. Byun, he can play all night long, papi. Ah, let's go. He's crazy. And so far a good start, but we'll see how the series does continue. This time going for a very different kind of opener, which makes sense. We're loading into Ghost River, a very small map, very short rush distance by ground, and Byun is opening up double gas. Double gas opener into a faster factory, into a delayed CC, going into faster Hellion, faster Cyclone production. Again, it makes sense just because the map is known for aggression. So Byun going for a bit of a safer approach this time. Behind this, Gate Cyber Expand, standard opener from MaxPax. Everything looking as it should. Byun, Shah. We've all seen Light do weird hours. Weird chat. True. Oh, we don't talk about that though. we don't need to talk about that, Papi. It's fine. Ah. Not like this. That's why I said before, Byun, he's one of us, Papi. He's one of us. He's a DJ. Oh no. How much did I sleep? I think I slept in between this event and the Wardy event. I think I slept like 4 hours. It's pretty good. It's not bad. I was tempted to have a nap after this, but I think as Bjorn will get a scout of the tech. Very nicely done. Does go back in to click to confirm. It is going to be a Twilight Council opener once again. This time it should not be a Dark Shrine. This time it should be Blink. Should be. We'll see how much fun MaxPax wants to have here. I mean, would Bjorn really expect DTs 2 games in a row? Would he really expect that? Would he? Yeah, maybe. He might. We'll see. As Adept is going to be shut down, does delay the CC, so nicely done. And we have our answer. It is going to be Blink. Okay, so MaxPax is going to be a little bit more sensible here in Game 2. Going for Blink instead. Something more standard. MaxPax is calming down. Are you planning on casting the Wardy TV Festival? We would, but we don't have permission. Otherwise, 100%. We would be on that, but we don't currently have permission to cover the festival. So I believe that's only being covered by Wardy. Which is okay. Ooh, as Cyclone goes down, Bjorn overextends. MaxPax is barely defending with the bare minimum. That was so close. MaxPax only losing a single Adept that was lost earlier. Very nice defense. MaxPax holds. That was not worth it for Bjorn. Behind this, how many gateways? We have 2 gateways at the natural, 1 gateway in the main. It's going to be 3-gate Blink. Very safe opener by MaxPax. Looks like 3-gate Blink into a 3rd. Now, at least in years past, MaxPax was known for his Blink control, and some would even say that he made 3-gate Blink look like 4-gate Blink. So MaxPax, even though he does have 1 less gateway, this can still be quite aggressive in the hands of MaxPax. This can still pop off, as MaxPax is moving out with the Prism and the Stalkers, 3rd base being taken on location, Bjorn going for a drop at the same time, and back at home, Bjorn has his tank set up. He has a tank and a bunker on the low ground, he's got a tank and a Sim City in the main. Bjorn should be okay, but the bunker isn't done! And he goes for the dive. Boys are being pulled, the tank is exposed, the tank goes down! And Bjorn is being broken. Across the map, he does drop into the mineral line. MaxPax does pull away in time. He does save his workers. That's going to be 5 SCV kills. And the drop isn't getting much done. Can maybe get the gas geyser, but not much else. Bjorn will hold, but when it comes to the trades, MaxPax will come out on top. I say that the drop is still gaining some value. Up, gets a Stalker, gets a Probe. Not bad. Finally some economic damage. Gets 1, gets 2, gets 3 workers. Medevac will escape. So not a bad counterattack here from Bjorn. Gets 4 probes, a Stalker, and a gas geyser. Meanwhile, MaxPax is done, but there's a tank in position. MaxPax does warp in. Remember, getting his 3rd base up and running behind this. Looking forward. Ooh, and will force a cancel. Does cancel the racks containing Bjorn. Bjorn is going to be contained. Still trying to stabilize on 2 bases. Still has the drop active as well, keeping and forcing MaxPax to keep some supply back at home. Stalkers are tied up, but still finds more damage. Getting another SCV. Meanwhile, Bjorn drops into the natural. He gets 2 workers and will actually escape. Will he? Is going to attempt to evacuate. There are still Stalkers on the map. MaxPax is hunting down the drop. Won't quite get it. And MaxPax, he does miss the intercept. And Bjorn gets away. He threads the needle, gets away. There are still more Stalkers active. Bjorn headed for the mineral line. And he will find some more workers. Not bad. Pretty impressive. This medevac has gotten so much value. I mean, it's not like an insane amount of damage, but what, 8 probes, 8 workers over time? Not bad at all. Now here outside the main. Keeping MaxPax busy. Stim finally does complete. But Bjorn has to be careful. As Bjorn moves out, MaxPax is ready for a dive. Ready for a drop. Set up for a drop outside the main. Beyond trying to break out. His army is spotted. That is the cue for MaxPax to dive into the main. And there are reinforcements back at home. Beyond, he's ready for this. Somewhat. MaxPax trying to force friendly fire. And Mike at the tank. Tank is getting low. But Beyond does on siege. Does save the tanks. Nice cleanup, nice defense. Beyond finally the medevac is going to be shut down. Took a while, but it does fall. But the medevac did well. Medevac did well for itself. And now Beyond can focus on his push. The War Prism is still active. Beyond, he pulls the boys! It's going to be a 2-base all-in. It's all or nothing for Beyond. The Prism does confirm the lack of workers. Colossus on the way. The boys are a little bit late. Yeah, the army is getting in some of the tanks. Tank goes down. There's 2 left. Big volley's going off. The Immortal getting low. But I believe the Colossus has arrived. Yeah, the Colossus does make it. Zealots are coming in for a surround. And GG gets called. Beyond, he runs out of steam. And MaxPax ties up the series 1-1. GG. MaxPax was warping across the map. And he had also, again, slowed down the all-in. Was able to collapse in and shut it down. GG. With that, we have a back and forth. We have a back and forth series, and we're getting into game 3 on site Delta. Again, we are tied up, and I'm glad to see that it's not going to be one-sided. It's not going to be a 3-0 in either direction. The players are more competitive than that. Let's go. Just catching up. But I forgot who raided me here, but hello. We got a couple of raids throughout the course of the events. Bomilja raided us earlier. Shout out to Bomilja. We had Vindicta, Miguelito. Vindicta raided us earlier as well. As well as Express Karma. So shout out to the raids that we got over the course of the broadcast. Thank you. Thank you so much. Bomilja, Miguelito, Express Karma. Gracias. This is when you're like, I have no idea who those people are, and you got raided into them, and then you got raided again as well. The raid train got you here somehow. But welcome. And here we go. We're getting into game number 3 and spawning in the bottom right hand corner of site Delta. We have the Danish Protoss player, the red Protoss representing Sidestorm Gaming, tying up the series and bringing us to game 3. It is MaxPax. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the South Korean Terran player, the blue Terran representing Shopify Rebellion, going for the eBay block. I assume it is Björn. Going for the proxy in the natural. Oh my, Björn, calm down. When I saw the SCV moving out, I was like, okay, sure, I guess eBay block, to force an unnatural natural. No. Proxy in the natural base, right next to the main as well. He's crazy. He's lost his mind. He's a little bit tired. We'll see if this works out. As Björn is being so brazen with the proxy location. MaxPax coming with the probe scouts will confirm that the Rax is missing. Now the Rax could be thrown down further back in the main, could be thrown down at the natural or the third base, so MaxPax still has to piece it all together. MaxPax, upon going down the ramp, he will scout. He will confirm. He does get eyes on the Rax. Nexus gets placed. Reaper's on the way. And we'll see what Björn can get done. As the bunker is going to be, for now, denied. Goes down the bunker. It's going to be on Björn to work with the RNG and to keep that SCV alive. So far, so good. Yeah, very nice movement. The SCV is going to be able to, barely maintain itself. Shield battery's on the way. SCV taking a lot of damage. No! SCV! One more shot. One shot away from going down. The Stalker is in production. The probe will fall, and the bunker should complete. Just barely. The bunker should barely finish. It's going to be close. Stalker, it's on the way. He wants the SCV. Oh, it's so close. Reaper taking a lot of hits, and the SV does fall. And that means no repairs. No repairs on the bunker. Shield battery is done, and Max Pax should shut this down. Behind this, there is a second Reaper. There's a second Reaper. But alas, the bunker, it doesn't really have too much longevity. There's the salvage. Max Pax does defend. And the Rax has to float back home. Speaking of back at home, Bjorn going for the CC on location. Factory's already done. Second factory. We're meching it up. This is Bjorn when he hits like that kind of delirious mental state after being up for like 25 hours. He's let's go. Now we have seen Bjorn embrace mech before, especially Mass Cyclone for like a 2-base all-in. Has done that in the past and is going to attempt to pivot into that as well. We'll see if he can. Pulling a page out of Gumiho's playbook. I'm here for it. As Max Pax is taking into Blink, Twilight Council's done. Blink is on the way. Ooh, getting up to 3 gates. So it's going to be 3-gate Blink here out of Max Pax. At least 3 gateways. Could double down and get into a 4th gate as well. Go. As Beyond, yep, he's going Mass Cyclone. He's rushing into Hurricane Engines. The quote-unquote new Cyclone upgrade. New old. The Cyclones, they no longer thrust. They're only engine. As the initial Cyclones are spotted, but that isn't really a tell. I mean, Cyclones in the early game are a little bit more commonplace in TVP. So 2 Cyclones isn't enough to really raise any red flags. Max Pax is setting up. Again, because of the extra gateway, he's going to have extra warp-ins. Stalkers are amassing. Ooh, 3rd base on the way. And we'll see if Bjorn can snowball out of control with this. See if he can pop off. He has potential. Here we go. Since Bjorn's final gamer brain form. Ah, it's beautiful. It's amazing. So Max Pax is moving out. The Cyclone's getting ready for a flank even. Getting ready for the surround, luring in the Stalkers. Stalkers, they push into the natural, and the Cyclones, they come in from behind. But who surrounds who? That's the real question. Stalkers, likewise, they do warp in. They do trade 1 for 1. And so far, nice control here from Max Pax. Breaks the lock-ons. Is now aware of the Mass Cyclone. Behind this charge. Starts even... Oh, never mind. Cancels charge. Okay. You have my attention. I was going to say, typically against Mass Cyclone, units like Charge Ult and Immortals, they can trade quite well. But when Max Pax is doubling down, warps in more Stalkers. We'll see if he can keep up. Ooh, it's a kill, not a cancel. There we go. Now starts up charge. He did delay for an extra warp in, so it looks like he was just more concerned with reinforcing. Then into charge lots. Oh, gets a Cyclone. And gets a Cyclone, and alas, GG gets called. Bjorn will tap out. Beyond the goal there was to catch out the Stalkers and to snowball from there and go into an all-in. Alas, he wasn't quite able to get the surround he was hoping for. The Stalkers, they slipped away, and Bjorn didn't get the momentum that he really needed there. GG, well played. Whew. GG, Max Pax now takes a 2-1 lead and is 1 game away from becoming our champion. It's for walking that royal road. Bearing in mind, this is the first Ursasaurus Cup that Max Pax is playing in. He was not in the previous weeks in the previous editions. This is his first time, and he's looking to make it a memorable one. We're going to leave a lasting impression. And our next game is going to be on Amphion. Here we go. As we are settling in. Here we go. We're getting into hopefully not the final game of the series. The pressure is on, and this player here in the bottom left is one game away from becoming our champion. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have the Danish Protoss player, the red Protoss representing Sidestone Gaming. It is MaxPax. Well, no mass is all he needs, and spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Terran player, the blue Terran representing Shopify Rebellion. Again, the pressure is on. He has to fight back here and now to force the ace match. It is Bjorn. Here we go. Tell the NA people who beat MaxPax this morning. It was Solar. Yes, it was Solar. Last week it was Shin. This week it was Solar. Shin was denied the potential rematch. We mentioned it earlier, but Shin had a very close series against Estrella. If you missed it, if you missed out, I do recommend the VODs. Shin versus Estrella was wild. It was the highlight of the tournament. One of the highlights of the tournaments. Estrella also had a very close series against Bjorn. Just, you know what? Just really good matches. Just really good matches this week. Some amazing StarCraft. I recommend the VODs. Check them out. Watch some StarCraft. Oh my god. Did have some amazing matches, but now we're settling into game 4. And Bjorn has been very chaotic so far, especially in that last game, I should emphasize. What does he go for this time? What do you have for us? What do you got? Back at home, standard opener for MaxPax. Gate Cyber Expand. Bjorn likewise going for an economic opener, but he's going for the CC on the high ground, not on the low ground. So a bit of a safer economic start from the Terran. Okay, so Bjorn, he's got the mech out of his system. Every now and then you want to just gimme-ho it up. I understand. I understand that. But he's got it out of his system. It's calming things down. No crazy mass factory, mass cycle. No. Not yet. Going for something more by the book. Oh, hello, MaxPax. Speaking of aggression and speaking of being chaotic, it's MaxPax's turn. Let's go. Pylon has been thrown down. This should be for a proxy gateway. Speaking of, back at home, everything's still looking as it should. A slab of course, warp gate is being researched, and there is that proxy gate. Now, with this proxy, MaxPax, he can apply a lot of pressure. He can reinforce real quick across the map, keep the pressure on, and potentially break Bjorn early on if Bjorn is a little bit too greedy and if he's caught off guard. Well, meanwhile, Bjorn is scouting. Oh, he does move out. He does check. He will confirm and get eyes on the proxy gate. So nice scouting here by Bjorn with that initial Reaper. Bjorn working on that pylon. MaxPax forced to respond. And thankfully, because Bjorn is aware, oh, the Reaper does take some extra hits. But Bjorn can now start working in that direction. And can now be aware and know to, of course, play it safe. To play it safe. SV getting shut down. Likewise across the map, Hellion does get into the mineral line and will threaten the workers, but shouldn't get much done here. Oh, gets one probe. Just the one. One worker falls. Twilight Council followed here by MaxPax going into Blink. I'm assuming Blink. Bjorn overextending a little bit, does not get the Adept. Cyclone takes a lot of hits. Bjorn does pull away. Now with the help of the medevac, he can, of course, microvac. He can juggle his units. Shuts down the Adept. And is going for the Stalkers. And nice KDA charge. Gets a second Adept as well. Blink has just begun. The Stalker count is looking quite heavy, though. That's going to be 6 Stalkers outside of the ramp. Outside of the natural. It's going to be 3-gate Blink out of MaxPax. Bjorn is contained. Bjorn following this up with a Liberator. Okay. Nice lock-ons. Oh, but unable to save the Cyclone. Cyclone goes down. Lock-on on the Adept, not on the Stalkers. I mean, these weren't bad trades for MaxPax. I'm sure Bjorn wants to break out. Can't harass with that Liberator. More Marines are falling. No bunker on the high ground either. Bjorn bleeding out a lot of units. Oh, he wants a Cyclone. It's getting low. Oh, the juggling though. Let's go. Beyond with the micro, saves the Cyclone, baits out some shots, and does hold. And now finally the bunker. I was quite concerned by the lack of bunker that Beyond was going to be broken, but does throw one down, isn't quite done yet. As MaxPax does shuffle back the weakened Stalkers, trading with the Marines. Cyclone getting low. Ooh, Medevac goes down! The Medevac, the Cyclones. But the Natural's not broken. Liberator across the map. 5 probe kills, not bad. In the middle of that aggression. Beyond did queue up that lib. Oof, it goes down. Suddenly not as well. I mean, it was still a better trade here for Beyond, trading out a Liberator for 5 probes, but at the same time, Beyond losing the Medevac, losing the Cyclone. At least he does secure himself on 2 bases. He's got the high ground, he's got the bunker, he's got the tank. Beyond should be secure. And behind this, following it up with Cloak Banshee. Going Tank Banshee. Back at home, MaxPax, he does have detection available. Observer's on the way. Robo is done. 3rd base now being taken. MaxPax has map control. MaxPax should be able to settle in. The pressure is going to be on Beyond to actually have these Banshees pay for themselves and get damage done. First Banshee moves out. And as Beyond distracts, the Banshee does get into the mineral line. Probes are going down, but there is an observer. There are some Stalkers. Banshee gets 4 probes. Can we get 5? Ooh, we barely can. 5 probes for a Banshee. And Beyond has been moving out, but he bleeds out a lot of Marines in the process. They'll siege up the tanks. With 19 Marines so far. Beyond still muling. Getting into a 3-1-1. Ideally hoping to catch out these Stalkers. But MaxPax is aware of the danger of the high ground. He knew that there were tanks there. Likewise, Banshee hits the 3rd. There's a shield battery in position. Gets 2 more probes. And Beyond does back off. Does retreat. We'll shut down the proxy. Gateway will fall. And MaxPax is at least aware of the tanks. So he's able to regain control of the center of the map. Colossus production underway. Charge is now done, so working towards charge lots. Colossi, Beyond getting his own 3rd on location. We're calming down. We're calming things down. We're building up. Getting into the mid game. It's a game state that we haven't really seen too often this series, I'll be honest. Like, the series has been very chaotic and very aggressive, and we just haven't really gotten much macro between these two until now. Like, now we're kind of slowing things down a little bit, taking our 3rds, expanding. And we'll see if the players can keep up with each other. There is an observer in position. Yeah, the drop is spotted. MaxPax pulling back. Does go for a defensive warp in. He's in position. Ooh. And will not quite get the medevac. But again, was ready for it. A quick reaction here out of MaxPax. Scan does shut down the observer. MaxPax is in the dark. Beyond has the high ground. MaxPax pushing into tanks. Oof. Big volleys going off. MaxPax does overextend. MaxPax pulling back, getting a 4th. Take this 4th expansion. Moving out. Let's see if the tanks are on siege. Okay, they do siege up in time. Yeah, there's a lot of biohitter support. Beyond with Mass, Widowmine, and Marauder. Beyond has to, sorry, MaxPax has to respect it. Going for a warp into the main, but Beyond is in position. Does have reinforcements. MaxPax rotating around. He is caught out by the tanks. Beyond does have the supply lead. Again, that's a lot of Marauders. This is where Disruptors or Immortals come into play. Mine shots going up. And Beyond retreats. Does pull away. Again, still it's just a very tense dance between these two armies. I'm still a little bit concerned about the lack of Immortals though. Or Disruptor. It's going to be mainly Zealots instead. Tanks are ready. MaxPax pulling back. Getting a 5th. Still being active. Oh! The Observer does survive. Beyond going for a second scan, but he doesn't get it. The Observer lives. Observer does barely survive. And there's a 3rd scan finally to bring it down. Now Beyond is second home, getting a 4th base, and now taking it to Ghosts until the Ghosts come out, until the Vikings amass. Beyond can't really move out. And now MaxPax sees bored enough time to take up when it comes to his main army. That's a 2nd rover. This should be the first sign of, you know, additional Immortals and Disruptors. MaxPax is getting there. Not there yet, but it's on the horizon. Attack volleys going up. There we go, first Disruptors on the way. Beyond is maxed. MaxPax almost there as well. I'm sure MaxPax wants to clear up some supply. So he's reinforcing. Here's him into the main. It's spotted by the sensor tower. Attack voice going off. Beyond, there's no big risk. There we go. I was like, there's no response. It does pull away. At the same time, Ghosts get caught out. Disruptor as well. Yeah, MaxPax does overextend. Colossus goes down. Disruptor and another Colossus as well. Massive catch here by Beyond. Gets all the Colossi. Ooh, meanwhile, flanking Disruptor. Yeah, Beyond, I mean, I wasn't looking either. But Beyond does take a massive Nova to the face. Not quite paying attention. More Disruptors building up. I mean, now because of the Viking count, the era of Colossus has come and gone. It's now all about Disruptors. All about those Novas. CC's under fire. It goes off. Zones away the army. Massive connection! Takes some Marines, takes some Marauders. Another Nova goes off. And again, Beyond trying to chase down an army with Disruptors, it's so difficult. Those retreating Purification Novas, they're brutal. Are caught out. MaxPax pushing back in. Was able to kill the CC earlier. Tanks are still repositioning. Ooh, and where were those Disruptors? They were a little bit too far back. Novas were delayed. But MaxPax does get into the mineral line. Getting 4 CVs. 4 CVs go down, and we're making 3 Disruptors at a time. Let's go. That's gonna be a lot of Disruptors. Tanks are exposed. And they're being targeted down. 2, 3 tanks falling. Nova's going off as well. They do connect. Again, just getting up to 7 Disruptors. And without Liberator's Disruptors, they can reign supreme. I mean, this area is quite wide open. MaxPax has to pull away. Leading out a Disruptor. 6 pulls back. Again, Beyond, he wants to fight out here in the open. If at all possible. DTs are trickling in. DTs and Zealots. Into the mineral lines. Yeah, the game is getting chaotic. Workers are going down. 12 SCV kills, 13. 14 workers falling. DTs popping off. DT in the main base as well. Yeah, MaxPax just crippling the economy. Beyond having a hard time keeping up, even though the big warping into the main. Beyond not quite in position. MaxPax collapsing on the third. Well, the army coming in from behind. Beyond trying to get a surround off, trying to catch out these disruptors. And he's losing so many workers. Every SCV is going down. It's it's all or nothing here for Beyond. Oh no, not like this. Takes it over to the face. Not the best start. Doesn't catch the army. And MaxPax, he can just recall. He can just recall from here. He's gonna have to. Beyond going for a counterattack. Beyond does have a massive army. MaxPax is walking back home. Beyond is gonna get there first. Do you have some defensive Novas? Oh my god. Nova does connect. But Beyond is pushing into the natural. He can send it. He's sending it. MaxPax coming in for the surround. Disruptors, they are late. Disruptors are delayed. Robo falls as well. Disruptors just now coming in. We needed them earlier. And without them, Beyond can take this. Beyond can still take this. Lands the Vikings, push into the mineral line. Disruptor still building up. But again, MaxPax is stuck on the wrong side of the wall. As Beyond just goes straight for the natural. He just bypasses the disruptors. Takes down the robots one after the other. And Beyond, does he take this? He might just. It's only a disruptor. Yeah, there's just not an army. There's nothing left for MaxPax. It was all or nothing for Beyond. Beyond is down to 33 SCVs, barely an economy. But it's more than enough. He can keep going. Takes down the Dark Shrine. Again, MaxPax just being greedy by not recalling. Otherwise, he could have bought time. Alas, now stuck on the low ground. Trying to push up a ramp into an army. Yeah, the main base goes down, 39 workers. MaxPax can still try to take this. Decent Novas. Decent connections. MaxPax still has bases, but not many workers to work with. Down to 42 probes. And not much production. As all the gateways are falling. MaxPax will force the army out. And again, Beyond still has, what, double the army supply. MaxPax is on 2 gateways. Trying to rebuild. Yeah, more gates on the way. And I feel like Beyond's on it. Like, MaxPax, he was playing well. He's playing very well, especially with the DT counterattacks. He was just pulling Beyond apart. He was crippling his economy. But again, who cares about we have mules, papi. We have mules. Or even, I mean, we're holding up the skins just in case. Yeah, Overcharge gets popped. Shibutter gets EMP'd. Yanni breaks the hybrid base as well. And MaxPax just cannot keep up. DT counterattack, it gets cleaned up as well. I believe that was the final Dark Templar. Now we see a recall on the right-hand side. But the disruptors are exposed. Yeah, Yanni can focus him down. He gets 1, he gets 2. And he's going for all 5. Yeah, the disruptors have to get the hell out of here. Yanni's chasing them down. Gets almost another. Regardless, we'll break the mineral line. And 24 probes go down. MaxPax trying to keep up. Ooh. Barely denies the Nova. The army is heavily overstimmed. But this is only half of the army. There's still plenty more back at home. And MaxPax, he's down to how many disruptors? Down to 1. He had 7 at one point, but he's down to 1 disruptor. One Nova is all he has. And even if he connects like with a beautiful connection, it's not gonna be enough. The splits are too good. Bjorn, he snowballs out of control. GG gets called, and Bjorn ties up the series. We are going to the ace match. GG. Whew, let's go. GG, well played. Again, MaxPax he was in control. He was in control of most of this game. MaxPax, he was pulling Bjorn apart, trading well, getting to the mineral lines, killing workers. But as we saw, after MaxPax had crippled the mineral line at the third, he had rotated, and instead of recalling back home, he took the long way around. Because he took the long way around, that means that he was stuck outside of his bases. That means that the disruptors were kind of useless. The disruptors, they just couldn't really do anything. They couldn't really engage. We spoke earlier, pushing into disruptors is difficult, but disruptors pushing into an army, I mean, it's the opposite problem. MaxPax, he was on the wrong side of the wall. GG, well played. We're going all the way to game 5. Here we go. Hello, no clue. I look up Ursasaurus. Google tells me I need to be looking up Mosasaurus. It says I'm a fool of a took. Oh no. It's okay, no clue. Google's a fool. And now we're getting into game 5 and spawning in the top right hand corner of Alkione. We have the Danish Protoss player, the red Protoss representing Psystorm Gaming. Ooh, being forced into the ace match. Can he bring it back? It is MaxPax. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player, the blue Terran representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Bjorn. Here we go. Bjorn, he was able to come back from a really dire position. Bjorn was basically all in. He was all in. The only way that he could bring it home was to just send everything across the map. And again, he was fortunate that MaxPax was heavily out of position. And Bjorn was able to take it from there. But it was still a very close game. And this could still go either way. But clearly, despite the sleep deprivation, despite the fact that Bjorn has not slept in 48 hours, he hasn't slept in years, papi. Yeah. Smurge. Just non-stop StarCraft. Despite that, he's still going strong. He's still fighting his heart out. And he's not out of this yet. Let's go. As Bjorn is opening up double gas. Double gas opener. Faster factory this time. So a safer start by Bjorn. Meanwhile, MaxPax across the map opening up with a standard opener. This gate cyber expand. Bjorn had to me not sleeping. He is the degen. That's the secret, Poppy. That's the secret. You can't just be part degen. You have to commit. Go full Bjorn. Aye. Not like this. Like, Bjorn, what's your secret? How do you do it? How do you sleep so little? Bjorn's like, oh, that's the secret. I never sleep. I'm always awake. Always playing StarCraft. Este Bjorn. Shaking my head. As it is going to be a Stargate for the first time this series. For the first time in this best of 5, MaxPax opening up Stargate. Show us what you got. I'm ready for it. Now, I'm assuming this is going to be a Phoenix opener, but it could be Oracle. Especially if we're casting a Korean Protoss player, they're more prone to opening up Oracle. We'll see what MaxPax does go for. Initially, double Reaper out of Bjorn. Double Reaper Hellion. Attempting to go for a scout. Will dip in, is going to be zoned away by the Stalker. Bjorn poking up the ramp. There is an opening. And Bjorn will dive in. Might be a one-way trip, but his goal here is to scout the tech, and he will get eyes on the Stargate and the Phoenix. So nice scout by Bjorn. Hellion into the mineral line. Hellion will ideally soak some shots, but one Reaper falls. The other does escape. So nice defense here by MaxPax. Unfortunately, unable to deny the scouts. And back at home, Bjorn is now aware to get ready for the Phoenix harass. Not quite getting a probe. Nice control out of MaxPax. Does save the worker. Back at home, Cyclone production has begun. Viking as well. Bjorn is settling in. Let's go. Bjorn is working overtime. Really, everyone else is slacking. No, Bjorn is playing in everything. Yeah, what about you? I was gonna say Clem, but Clem also signed up, didn't he? Did he sign up for Ursasaurus? He did not. Yeah, what about you, Clem? There we go. I was like, I don't remember him falling in this bracket. Shaking my head. What about you, hero? Be like Bjorn, just never sleep. Cab. MaxPax is zoned away. Bjorn keeping up with Cyclones, with Vikings. And we'll see if Bjorn can break the third. It's going to be a tough defense here. I mean, there is an Immortal, no shield battery. Phoenix is a hit the natural. Bjorn does commit. Lands the Viking, going for the third base. But again, that one Immortal might just be enough. Yeah, it will zone Bjorn back. Thankfully, MaxPax didn't skip it. And with that, MaxPax defends. He defends, holds on to the third. Behind this second factory's on the way. He's crazy. Bjorn. He's going Mass Cyclone. Yeah, Mass Cyclone here. We should be seeing an add-on swap into Hurricane Engines. He's doing it again. It didn't work on Side Delta, but can he make it work here on Alcyone? There's the add-on swap. And show us the Hurricane, Bappy. Let's go. As there it is. Hurricane Engines is being researched, and Bjorn is going Mass Cyclone. Now, Mass Cyclone is a very niche build. It was a lot more commonplace earlier in the year, in the previous patch. Nowadays, there is an all-in that you can go for, and that's kind of what Bjorn is going for, but all the Marines are being shut down. First Colossus has arrived. And we'll see how Mass Cyclone can really approach this. Do we have Disable? We do! We have Disable! I was going to say that the big problem here is going to be the Immortal and the Colossus, but the Ravens, they can deal with that. Bjorn trying to catch his army out. Does scan. Does dive in. Does hold on to the Disable a little bit longer. Bjorn is biding his time. Third factory's on the way. Still committed to Mass Cyclone. Double armory, double upgrades. He's making it up. There are two Colossus, but again, they can be disabled. Bjorn, he wants it. He wants to go in. SCVs are falling here to the Phoenix harass. Phoenix is recalling back home. And MaxPax does realize that the army's out of position. Well, the army's across the map. And Bjorn doesn't quite commit yet. So, and is he going to be forced to fight? He's forced to engage. There we go. The double disable. But MaxPax can just pull away. Third Colossus has arrived, and has Bjorn missed his timing? I think he has. Disable runs out. Three Colossus, they reign supreme, and Bjorn, he just cannot push in. He cannot touch this army. Aye. Gets two Stalkers. I mean, the Locons are insane. Ooh, and has MaxPax overextended. Stalkers are going down. The Colossus are exposed. He gets them. Gets the empty armor. The missile does connect. The Colossus is going down, and Bjorn, he gets 2. And he should get the 3rd as well. 3rd Colossus does fall. Oh my god. Phoenix is out of position. They were not there. They weren't there to support. But doesn't matter. Charge kicks in. Cyclones are going down. It's still very close. Aye. Bjorn, he's down to 3, sorry, down to 5 at Cyclones. Has to pull back across the map. Maxpax getting fully saturated, getting his 4th base up and running. Charge is done, Colossus building up, Archons as well. Now, thankfully, Bjorn reset the Colossus count. He killed 3 Colossi. Because of that, Maxpax is stuck at home. He has to rebuild kind of the backbone of his army. So Bjorn has some breathing room himself, and because Bjorn went double factory, sorry, he went double armory, double upgrades. The upgrades are about to kick in, getting into 1-1, soon to be 2-2. So we're in a really odd game state. I think I favor Maxpax overall. Like, that was a really good moment for Bjorn, but he needed more. He needed to, like, kill the army and then break the expansion and deny the 4th. If he was able to do that, then he'd be in an amazing position. But now he's trying to catch up in the bases, trying to catch up in the economy. He's stuck at home building up tanks. He's switching from Mass Cyclone into Tank Hellion, into a more slower style. And this is where units like Zealots and Charge Lots, they can thrive. They can shine. And 5 SCV kills. Now, what I find curious is that Maxpax is still making Colossus. I would have assumed that he would have gone into Charge Lot Archon Immortal, and I'm sure he will eventually, but yeah, going Colossus first. Interesting choice. Into Disruptor. That I'm not so sure about. Just because I imagine I imagine Battle Mech has an easier time kind of splitting and getting away from Novas. But we'll see. Like, this is a very interesting response, just because I'm used to seeing Immortals instead. We'll see if it works. I mean, the Novas, they still have potential, sure. Third Robo's on the way. Tanks do siege. Bjorn gaining ground. There's a prison behind this. Maxpax ready for a counterattack. Massive tank shots to the Nova! Oh my god, Nova does not go up. And again, the Nova barely doesn't connect either. Again, Battle Mech, it can kite back. I mean, it's designed to. Yeah, Zealots are gonna melt here against the mech army. Nova's going off, but alas, that was a big overextension. Maxpax pushing into tanks, bleeding out a lot of units. Nova goes off, doesn't connect. And Bjorn can keep pushing at the same time, though. Bjorn bleeding out a lot of SCVs. 8 workers do go down. Zealot run by doing a lot. Even attempting to surround the army. Again, in my eyes, these charges are more threatening than the Disruptors. As Maxpax is still making more Disruptors. Prism into the main, but there is a Cyclone. Prism goes down. Nice pickoff. Bjorn can now focus on his push. He can focus on the assault. How many Disruptors? 5. 5 Disruptors. Oof. Massive tank shots. Colossus is targeted down. Again, I'm not sure why we went Colossus first, and now we're making... now we have Immortal production. This I can get behind. Now we're getting to triple Immortal production, but is it too late? Like, again, I'm still not convinced by the current army, and Maxpax needs time to refine and get into Mass Immortal. Maxpax does need more time. Because this can deal with mech. I get into Charge Archon Immortal. He's getting there. That was going up. Oh! Spike connect. We'll catch out some of these Cyclones. Very nicely done. 2 Novas do break through. Maxpax being very cavalier, moving out on the map like this. Buying time. Oh! Does beat out the Disruptor. But again, I feel like Maxpax, he has to be active like that to make sure that he's safe back at home, that he's able to transition. Able to build up his Immortals. The Observer does get eyes on the rotation. Liberators are exposed. Massive pickoffs. 2 libs go down. And the tanks are not quite in position either. The base is exposed. So not a bad trade here for Maxpax. And again, you can see that he's now incorporating more Immortals. Meanwhile, massive Cyclone counterattack. But there are charges to defend. And a recall as well. Yeah, the Cyclones are all so low. And you can see there it takes only a handful of swipes for the Zealots to just shut this down. The charge slots, they're cracked. Getting back into Disruptor. Army does rotate. That's still a lot of tanks. We got some Zealots towards the left-hand side, but the Cyclones are in position. Maxpax getting ready for a surround. At least trying to set up. Oh my god. You can see without stim, it takes a lot to kill the Disruptor. Nova does go off. And we're coming in from behind. And we do have the surround. Cells from one end, Disruptors from the other, and Beyond is going to be shut down. As we get the full surround, there's no way out of this. There's no way out of this. The tanks are going to fall. Just barely they're cleaned up. We have reinforcements on the way. They will catch at least the Colossus. And even some of these Disruptors, they are exposed. Not bad. The 2 MVP Cyclones. They get 2. They get 3 Disruptors. It's still very close, but how many tanks was that? That was 17 tanks. Like, so many tanks just went down. That was an expensive army for Björn. And Björn does not have a bank. He has no bank behind this. Björn can't afford those kind of losses. And Maxpax, he can just reinforce with more Zealots. Charge lots, more Immortals. Mass DT harass coming in. No skin! Oh, does skin, but a little bit too late. Oh my god, the tanks go down! He gets like 5 tanks! Oh my god. Talk about expensive losses. Tanks go down to the DTs at the same time. Maxpax pushing into a tank line. Maxpax does plummet in supply. Maxpax has a bank though. We need those warp pins. He's going for DTs. Oh, he's reinforcing with Dark Templar, going for run-bys. But he might be able to get the expansion. Yeah. No scan and no missile tower. Planetary does go down. Massive pickoff at the same time. Beyond going for a counterattack. We'll get the expansion and the mineral line. 16 probes go down, trading a base for a base. The DTs are not done. They get another tank. Meanwhile, Beyond pushing in. Beyond, he will barely defend back it over with Cyclones. And can Maxpax hold? There he goes off. Just buying time. Tanks are leapfrogging forward, and Beyond, he's doing it! He's doing it, man! The mech! He's doing Beyond, sorry, he's doing Gumiho proud. He's making him proud. Again, Gumiho known for taking down some of the top Rotor players with mech, and Beyond looking to do something similar. I mean, Gumiho would commit to this in a full series. Beyond just a couple of times to sprinkle it in, but is making it work. We'll take down top left. The mineral line is exposed. Maxpax trying to collapse in, pushing into tank fire. Ooh, Cyclones are late to respond. First line of tanks go down, but there's still so many more tanks behind this. I say that, the final tank does fall. Maxpax breaks out, but GG gets called. He loses top left. 60 probes go down, and Björn will take the series 3-2, becoming this week's Ursasaurus Cup champion. GG. Ah. GG, well played. Congratulations to Björn as he does take the series 3-2. MaxPax, this was his debut in this tournament series. MaxPax has not played in an Ursasaurus Cup before, and now he has. And he had a good performance, made it all the way to the finals, but was unable to walk that royal road. Björn, he did whip out Mech earlier in the series. As a reminder, Björn tried to go Mass Cyclone on Site Delta, but it was off of a failed proxy, and he wasn't quite able to embrace it. Wasn't quite able to embrace it, but here in the ace match, Björn was able to bring it forward here, and we have confirmation Björn has been awake 24 hours. Björn, after the game, you know what he said? He was like, "I'm going to sleep. Bye." He's like, "I'm so tired. I'm going to bed. See you next time." 24 hours. Get some rest, Papi. Get some rest. Este Björn. Shaking my head. Shaking my head. GG. GG, well played. When it comes to MaxPax's response to Mech, he was getting there towards the end. I do think that he did, despite confirming that it was Mech, I do think that MaxPax was stuck on Colossus, Disruptor for too long, which is not what you want. We saw him bleed out a lot of units and trade inefficiently. Eventually, he was working towards Charge Shot Immortal, and he was taking some good fights, but wasn't quite able to get there in the end. Did bleed out a lot throughout the mid game in the process of getting there, but it was still very back and forth. Still very back and forth. Still very close. GG. GG. Well played. Whew. Let's go. Here we go. Is Mech good against Protoss now? I mean, Gumiho has been Showtime a couple of times with Mech, and as I mentioned before, like, we have seen Clem play Mech against Protoss, we've seen Björn play Mech against Protoss, but usually, to emphasize this, especially for the latter heroes out there, outside of Gumiho, whenever players like Maru and Björn and Clem play Mech, they usually do it like once in a series, and they usually use it in an extended series to try to catch their opponent off guard. It isn't something that they rely upon frequently. Gumiho's a different case. Gumiho's we don't have to talk about him. But yeah, it is definitely something that you can whip out in a series here, and does work against the best players in the world. Oh. And it did feel like MaxPax was very uncomfortable against it. It did seem like he wasn't too practiced against it, and was still trying to find his footing against Björn there, just because of how unorthodox and how rare it is to kind of see Mech against Protoss. With that, GG. GG, well played. GG. The entire series was a question mark. It was beautiful, Papi. You know what it was? It was an Ursasaurus. It was an Ursasaurus. Speaking of, a shout out once again to Ursa TV and to Protostegosaurus as well, for making this event a reality. Again, they're two very passionate people, very passionate fans of StarCraft. They have come together to fund this event. That is why it is called the Ursasaurus Cup, and without them, this event would not be possible. So big shout out to Protostegosaurus and to Ursa TV. Otherwise, thank you for watching. If you want to help support this event, you can do so via Matcherino, Matcherino in the chat. Oh, hold on. Let me pay out the predictions. I got you covered. But Matcherino in the chat if you guys want to have, or if you guys wish to support the event yourselves and help boost the prize pool, you can do so via Matcherino. Otherwise, be sure to tune in next week. Again, during at least the off-season of EPT, we have all these events popping up. We have the Wardy TV Mondays, we have the KSRC, we have the Ursasaurus Cup, and we have Tenacious Turtle Tussle as well. So we have all these events coming together here to kind of create our own circuit in the off-season. And look forward to more events in the future, especially when it comes to this event, because there aren't just weeklies up ahead of us, but I believe there is a special kind of NA show match event planned in the future as well. Still yet to be determined, the date and the time and all that stuff. The details have yet to be worked on, but there is going to be, yeah, just a fun show match day later on towards the end of the year. Or at least next month. Which is kind of still the end of the year. Regardless, GG. GG, well played. Hope you all enjoyed yourselves. Hope you all had a great time. And with that, we're done for today. With that, we are done for the day. Again, if you want to help follow and support the CranKy Ducklings, oh god, Just stretching. If you want to help support the CranKy Ducklings, you can do so via following us on all the social medias. ! Socials in the chat. You can follow us on Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, and Discord. All things CranKy Ducklings. You'll be notified when we go live. We do post whenever we do, and we do go live on a daily basis. This was our only cast today. We don't have a cast later on tonight like we did yesterday, and our next broadcast on the CranKy Ducklings is not going to be a tournament cast. It is an... oh no, it is. My apologies, I got ahead of myself. We're going to be live tomorrow in well under 24 hours with the Code for Giants Cup. If you're curious, what is the Code for Giants Cup? That is a Brazilian-only tournament. It is a tournament for Brazilian players where you do feature players like Yan, like Inexorable, like Eric, like Shakti, Master, and many others as well. So it is a Brazilian event that we do host, or that we do cast tomorrow. On top of that, the day after that, we have the Pond Cast. The Pond Cast is our weekly recap, roundup kind of news show for StarCraft 2 here on the CranKy Ducklings. So if you want to tune in, we have you covered there for the Pond Cast. Otherwise, thank you so much. There was someone asking earlier about the Wardy TV Festival. We, I believe, do not have permission to cover the Wardy TV Festival, so that should be covered by Wardy himself. So we will not be casting that. That's going to be left to Wardy instead. So we do have the rest of the night off. Because of that, I'm going to go take a small... I'm going to get some food. I'm going to go get some food. I'm going to go get some water and freshen up a little bit because, yes, we're going to play Ladder? Yeah, sure, why not? It's been like a week. It's been a couple of days. It's been like 5 days, I think. Almost a week, and I've been so busy casting, and I just haven't had the time to ladder. I do have the time today, though. I do have the time today, so may as well. Just a bit of a heads up. I'm out of practice. I'm slightly out of practice. It's been... let me just double check. Oh, I was last laddering on the 19th, so 5 days ago. 5 days ago was our last ladder session, so this has been a while. It's been a while. So we're a little bit rusty, but I'm sure it's gonna be fun. I'm also totally not tired. I'm gonna go get some water. And I'll see you guys in a couple of minutes, maybe like 10 minutes or maybe 15 minutes at most, with some ladder over on the Americas server. So do look forward to that over on my personal channel. Otherwise, thank you for watching. We'll see you guys tomorrow for some more casting, some more tournament action. Otherwise, thank you for watching. We'll see you guys next time. Also, very quickly, if you want to help support us in another way, you can do so via Patreon, !Patreon in the chat. We do have a Patreon to help fund and support our tournaments. So if you want to help support the StarCraft scene in another way, you can do so via Patreon. We'll help support the CranKy Ducklings as well. Otherwise, thank you. Thank you for watching. We'll see you guys next time. We'll see you guys next week for the next Ursasaurus Cup, or tomorrow for the next tournament cast, or in like 15 minutes for some ladder. I'll see you guys next time. Until then, ciao, papi, ciao. Hasta luego. Hasta luego.